Wow, that is unbelievable. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I don't fucking believe it. I just don't believe it. Ah, fuck me, man. How annoying. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. Wow. Wow, that's so annoying. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Fuck me. Okay, can you hear me first of all? I honestly, I just give up. I give up on life. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Do you believe it? Am I here? I do not believe it. Oh yeah, I just said that, didn't I? Honestly, wait till I tell you what's just happened. But can you hear me first? Okay, you can hear me. Right. So I've just had a disaster, basically. I'll explain it in a second. Just give me a second. I need to go and get the old camera. Unbelievable. Oh my god, I actually do say all Victor Meldrew stuff, don't I? I didn't actually realise, but yeah, unbelievable is a big one for me. Oh, fuck me, man. So Lee and I went shopping earlier, and Lee was like, you know, you can get a camera that just sits on your computer for $40. And I was like, really? All right, okay, that's a no-brainer. And he came out and set it all up for me last night, and I was very grateful, and it seemed great. And obviously it means I now look at you. Obviously it's not this camera you're seeing me on now, this is a shitty laptop one. And he sets it all up and he plugs it in, and I didn't check, but he's plugged it in next to where I plug my speaker in. And now I can't plug my speaker in. So obviously the speaker has to be a priority, otherwise you can't fucking hear me. So I've just had to take it out. So now I've got to set up my other fucking camera. So I was so excited about the fact we were using a new camera and all of that. And honestly, life is just a fucking one kick in the balls after the last one. One long, non-stop kicking of the balls. What a load of shit. And that's on top of the very sad subject matter that I already have. It was already going to be a somber one. Yeah, well, whatever. Oh my goodness. So, live streaming, professionalism, top quality content coming to you right now. Give me a second and it will look better at least. And it will still be crap, but it will look better. So that's something. Got to take the small mercies of in his life because it's shit. Why is it not registering? Why is it not registering? Why would you not register my camera? Oh, we have webcam. Come on. It's already a fucking horrendous start. Can we please just not do this? It's just so annoying. Osmo, there we go. Yeah, get the Osmo on. Thank you. Yeah, not on my crotch. Fucking hell. Might be big, but no one wants to see that. Fucking hell, I said Sophie. And even, oh yeah, I usually use tape for this. Oh, sorry guys, what a shit show. What a fucking shit show. Actual, literal shit show. I'm gonna have to get the tape. Fucking hell, how many people have sat through this shit? 33. Oh dear. Oh, life. Honestly. Everything doesn't want to play the game today. Yeah, so I was so excited about that new camera. I was like, oh, everything's going to be so easy, $40. It's an absolute no-brainer. The angle's going to be better. It's going to be more interactive. Computer says no. All right, great. You're strapped in, guys. You're taped to this moving machine. And we've gone wonky. Fantastic. I think we're good. How are you? I hope your evening's going better than mine. I mean, it was going fine. I slept for 8 hours. That was good. And then I woke. Oh my God. What the fuck is going on? We'll get to that in a minute. So this morning I woke up. Well, I say this morning, like half an hour ago. I woke up and I thought to myself, I checked my phone. I woke up in bliss. I woke up in like, stretchy stretch, half asleep, half awake, everything's great. And just feeling a joy for life. And then I thought, oh, should I live stream? What time is it? Oh, it's only like 9:30 in the UK, that's good. And for the first time, I didn't just jump out of bed. I was like, maybe, maybe not. I'll just have a little, But within 10 minutes, my mind was all excited and obsessing about live streams, and here I am. But it was the first time that I questioned it. I've never questioned it before. Usually I've just been like, yes, of course I'm live streaming. Oh my God, it's the best thing in the world. Fuck. So the PSYOP, the play, the Life is a Stage has taken a new twist, which will be forgotten about in 2 days. So Anne Widdecombe, you know, I don't like any politicians, but if I was to say, you know, if I had to name one that I like, it would probably be her. So I was brought up, I can't see half the comments. I was brought up to believe she was an awful, horrendous person, but not really told why. I mean, it's a typical lip-cut-tar stuff, isn't it? Like my parents, like, you know, they're just like, oh, would they have used the word racist? They'd have just labelled her, oh, I think they'd have just said she's right-wing. I think that's all they said. And that just meant that she was the worst of the worst, and you had to completely write her off. And I look back now at the stuff she was saying when I was a kid, and I'm just like, yep. But she's just another puppet. It's all irrelevant. You know, I can't really take any of it seriously. It is an interesting chapter in their story, in his story. History, his story. What about making it your story? Stop believing his story. I was watching Tartarian Vault again for last night for the first time in a little while. So good. Well, awful. But yeah, just absolute undeniable proof that we are descending from higher beings, or certainly higher consciousness humans, to the shit show we have seen today. This is not the pinnacle, guys. How do people believe this is the pinnacle? This is the pinnacle of humanity. Oh, right, well, we might as well have not bothered. No, this isn't the pinnacle. This is a very, very low point. All right. No one can see you, paranoid one, and no one gives a fuck. Because yo is meaningless. I'm pretty sure you're a borderline hater, so that's why I've been so harsh. But I might have just had another Shug moment. We're going to talk about Shug in a minute. I've lost my favorite person. And we're going to decide whether I went too far, or whether he's too touchy, or whether it's a bit of both. I think it's a bit of both. But we'll find out. When I speak into it, I'll know more. And then when I speak to Lee, I'll see the truth, which is I'm a dick. Every time. Always. Yeah, I think this person is trying to knock Lee's creatings, but probably works in an office, so we can dismiss any of their opinions. Yeah, I think the webcam does have a mic in it, but we've just had to bin the web. Oh, right. So that would have meant that I don't need this, and then I wouldn't have needed to move the webcam. I need to speak to Daddy about it more. It's all too scary for this little boy. Okay, so let's get to the sad news. Let me share my screen with you. Oh, it's just so shit. Nothing's working. Oh, there it is. Sweet. Browser can't access your screen. Try capturing a different screen. Honestly, I just fucking give up. So I was going to show you my Patreon notification page, which says, We Fat Shug has cancelled his membership. So in the last live stream, I definitely went too far, but I thought I was doing it with a man who, one, understood that I loved him, two, was enlightened and therefore can't be offended. And, well, that's it really. But that was my opinion of Shug, you know. I thought he was there. I thought he was beyond getting offended by what's clearly silly little jokes. Now, I definitely went too far. So I was triggered by C-plebs watching on Brave and not respecting the content creator that he gets entertained by. So I was already triggered by that concept. And I think a couple of others had spoken to it. So I was basically like, you know, 3 of you are CUNTs. And then Shug comes in. So Shug is somebody that I highly respect, highly value, would actually want in my life as a friend. The reason that hasn't happened previous to the big upset is that he doesn't use WhatsApp. Further evidence that I want him to be my friend. So I'm getting distracted about Anne Widdecombe comments, and I didn't think I'd be saying that tonight. Right, so We Fat Shug comes in and says that he uses Brave. So what that means is basically YouTubers don't get paid. So I see it as the height of selfishness. Obviously, I get more triggered by it because I'm a YouTuber. But it is the height of selfishness. It's like all take, no give. And now I was already in this rant. I was already triggered. And then I was like, oh, you too, Shug. And then I called him a fat board, CUNT. Now, I've also previously said how much I fucking love his appearance and how it feels so right for him. Like, I mean, if that upset him, then he needs to go because that's just pathetic. I don't think it was that, though. I'm sure he's better than that. So I ripped into his appearance, But this is after, you know, many lives of me just absolutely bigging him up. Like, so I would have thought he would clearly know that, even like, I mean, when he is a fat bald cunt, but like, you know, that's just the reality. Like, and I thought he would be able to deal in reality. So I just didn't think that would ever offend him. And also, he's not really fat. He's just big. He's manly, you know. And yeah, he's bald. Who cares? Obviously, he cares. But then a comment of his came up, which obviously he'd written previous to my rant, where he was talking about his dog dying. And in my rant, in my showmanship, in my court gestureship, I went, I'm glad your dog's died. And I took that back straight away. The minute I said that, I was like, whoa, I'm joking. Obviously, of course, I'm not glad your dog's died. So for me, it had been taken back. Shug's a proper man who's possibly enlightened, but well on that journey. Doesn't get offended in my mind. And I definitely overstepped the mark through showmanship, or through the desire to be a showman, or the attempt to, you know, just basically entertain you all. And he, so through that, I definitely overstepped the line and said something that isn't true. You know, like, okay, he is fat and bald. Well, not really fat. That's not even really true. He's broad and bald. But what's absolutely not true is I would never, ever be glad that a dog has died unless it's that barking rat dog in Vietnam. But in general, and certainly not like one of my even viewers, let alone Patreon members, pet dogs. So that was ridiculous that I said that. But it came through showmanship and just, you know, I'm on a live stream and I'm trying to entertain people and sometimes I overstep the mark. And I took it back straight away in that very moment. I then, about 4 minutes later in the live, remember that Shug is a Patreon member and correct myself and say, actually, what Shug is doing is a good way of doing it, where he is supporting the ones that he thinks need supporting or deserve supporting, and then getting rid of the ads. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So for me, there was no reason for him to get triggered had he have listened to the next 4 minutes. I don't know if he did or he didn't. And I left the stream thinking nothing of it. Now, when I finish the stream, it's like 6 in the morning for me. So what I usually do is I play it, listen to it, have a coffee, and, you know, maybe go back to sleep. And that was the first time it came up for me. So when I was listening to it back and the dog stuff came up, I was like, whoa, that was ridiculous. Why did he say that? And then I was like, oh, it's fine. It's Shug, man. There's no way he's going to get triggered. He's way better than that. And then noticed that he stopped commenting in that live. So it came up for me like the possibility, like, oh, maybe we're not going to see Shug again, and he's going to cancel his Patreon. And I was like, nah, don't be daft. It's Shug. And then, because, you know, Shug, if you don't know, like, if you're new, he's like the main commenter. He's my favorite commenter. He's like puts super wise stuff in the chat, rather than like having to dross through all this plebery, you know. And then Shug comes in, it's just like, oh, thank God. I'm only joking. Well, I'm not joking about that guy. He's a pleb, but, you know, there's also loads of amazing people here. Now, this guy triggered me over it as well, but in general, he's amazing. So yeah, but Shug is special. Shug is special. Shug has done the work. Oh, I thought so. No, he is, just not as special as I thought. So then I do another live, and Shug's always on the lives, and he wasn't on it. And I didn't notice it during the live, but when I came off, I was like, ah, that's unusual. Started putting two and two together. And then I checked my Patreon, which I just tried to show you, but everything's spazzing out. And We Fat Shug has cancelled his Patreon. So, obviously, I'm disappointed he's cancelled his Patreon, but I'm more disappointed that he's just not going to be in the chat. So right now, I am definitely in projections onto him. I'm making it more about him than me. I'm gobsmacked. I'm absolutely gobsmacked that he got offended so easily. and has had a tantrum. But at the same time, obviously, the only, you know, all that is just projection and assumption and the ego defending itself. The devil is in the detail. And really, because what I mean by that is like I'm creating details that might not even be fucking true, you know, and creating stories, little details, making it all literal. Whereas really, the only responsibility I can take is to feel it and, you know, how do I want to move forward? Am I happy with that interaction? Is it all on him? Well, no, I'm not happy with that interaction. Because essentially, I think here's the lesson. Like, there's loads of ways for my ego to not take a lesson in this and completely blame Shug. But really, I think here it is. I said something that wasn't true. And I'm absolutely dedicated to truth, or the truth as I currently see it, because it's always changing. And I'm a conditioned, indoctrinated human with an ego. So, yeah, so I said something that really wasn't aligned. Now here's the difficult part. You know, I'm a showman, YouTuber, entertainer. How many comedians do you know that never say anything they don't fully believe? Like, of course, like in the name of comedy, many comedians will say stuff they don't believe. So there's that. But ultimately, I think my life dedication and what I'd like to think I'm here to display is somebody who is dedicated to the truth, or alignment would be a better word. And saying, I'm glad your dog died, even though I took it back straight away. Just saying that sentence, getting overexcited, getting angry as well. There's definitely an anger element here. Letting, you know, people's actions get me into an angry state, absolutely ridiculous, obviously, for such an enlightened guru like myself. And then through that to say something that I don't even mean, just to try and entertain people, which is actually a horrible thing to say. Both, you know, just in every single way. Wasn't even funny. I think that's the learning. Like, always stay aligned and true over entertaining people, because you will entertain people anyway. You don't need to push it. You don't need to try. Like, it's like I was trying. So, you know, you don't need to try. Just be. So I think that's the lesson. I really hope we see him again. I'm really going to miss his chats, but I think he feels the need to prove a point, which obviously is of the ego. So I think we can say, well, no, let's not talk about Shug. It's not about Shug. It's about me. I'm also going to record. I'm going to go to Lee with this, and I'm going to record it. I've got quite a few videos of Lee coming up where I do this, basically, where I'm like, so this incident happened. You saw it. What do you think? How much of a bellend am I? And he speaks into my bellendness. All right, looks like we've got a lovely one straight away. Fucking hell. Hi, Vic. Thank you, Rick. Thank you very much, Rick. That goes towards the camera I bought, which I can't use. Tell me I'm not worthy. Oh, wise one, you're definitely not worthy. Make it a tenner and we'll consider your worthiness a bit more. Okay, let's try and get into the chat. So, Anne Widdicombe has been murdered, apparently. Is it worth bringing up on X? No, it's not worth bringing up on X because I'll just F it up. But, oh God, I mean, I've already spoken to it a bit, haven't I? So it's all a show. That's all I've got for it. What am I going to do when I've got Not Today Satan back? Am I going to put these live streams on Not Today Satan? Because I just can't. You know, I can't even speak. I mean, that's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. But it's just not interesting to me anymore. Like, it's not, none of it's real. Like, I can't pretend. So what's the story, guys? Tell me what the story is. I mean, well, it's just going to be, you know, they want more divisions. How do they do that? They make more fear and they increase this whole bioweapon drama. So obviously it's going to be a bioweapon that's broken into a home and Ah, man. You know why I find it so frustrating and so hard to speak into now is because I've worked out that they want, you know, I used to think I was exposing something, that I was working against the state, but you're not. If you speak about the bio, but this is the paradox and the contradiction on why it's so hard. We need to speak about them because we need everyone to get on the same page. Like, we need all these refugees welcome here twats, you know, to get on the same page. But at the same time, they want us to speak about it. You know, they want us to expose it, you know, because they want it to be revealed that they're completely evil and there's nothing we can do about it. And also they just want complete division and mayhem. So it's like, when I speak into it now, I don't get any joy. I don't get any, like, I used to get a like, "Oi, F the system, F the bad guys, I'm fighting for good," but I don't think I am anymore. I think I am when I speak about, you know, going internal and doing the work. But I think when I speak into any of this external stuff, I'm just playing into exactly what they want. But let's do it anyway, because it's kind of fun and it's good for YouTube. I don't think I can. There's not going to be any details yet, is there? Because it's going to be one of them. So obviously they'll do the whole psyop that they do every time and make us wait a few days and get everyone irate and get everyone to speak about it even more. But let's just pretend that stuff's real for a second. I think that's sad. I don't think Anne Widdecombe's character should have been ended that way. I wonder who, I can't take it seriously, sorry, I just have to speak into it truthfully. She's a shapeshifter, obviously. So I wonder who she'll come back and play. Should we talk about that? That's much more interesting. But, okay, let's talk about the characters if it's real. Let's try. I liked Anne Widdecombe. I loved how ugly she was. I loved her voice. Yeah, she's a bit of a childhood icon for me. So for her to get murked, for her to go out that way, man. Yeah, I mean, it's all a show, so it's very. I'm sorry, I can't. That's it. That's all I can do. I can't take it seriously. Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse. What a great supporter this guy is. Comments on every one of my videos. Thumbs up, Tom. I mean, sometimes leaves a bit more, but you know, he just supports, man. He gets it. He totally gets it. And he gives back. And then he really gives back like this. Look at this. That's for a few £2 steak and chip meals. Bless you, Mickey. Thank you so much. So out here, it's more like £5, but it's better. I have found the best, well, I haven't found, I've been told about by Lee, the best restaurant in my whole time in Southeast Asia. I mean, there was a particularly good Thai restaurant I can remember that was literally like, you know, fish and chicken off a barbecue. Certainly, yeah, okay, so of course there's been a few local restaurants that are spectacular, but certainly in terms of like a Western offering, it's by far the best I've found. Like, you know, when you're living in these places, you're often eating whatever, pasta, burger, whatever, like Western food, with a bit of a like, oh, thank God, but also like, you know, it's just not, it's a bit crap. This place is like next level. This place is amazing. The quality of their ingredients, their cooking, they send everything in banana leaves instead of polystyrene. So basically, I eat there twice a day, every day. Honestly, since I've been here, that's the only place I've eaten. It's shocking. But it's like, oh, why go anywhere else? But I will do. I want to start eating a few local bits and bats. But yeah, just phenomenal. Why am I talking about that? Oh, right, yeah. So they do a steak and chips. It's $6. But it's so much better. And I'm obviously not knocking Anne Coffee. Anne Coffee was great. And the steak and chips is perfectly adequate there. It's good. But it's like, you know, it's £2 steak and chips. But yeah, this one's the next level. But I've been eating a lot of chicken recently. The whole beef thing's gone out the window. Mainly because I love their crispy chicken burger. Fat Gund. Thanks, Mickey. You're much appreciated, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah. So I'm in Siam Reap, and I don't think I'm going to be leaving anytime soon. And I would go as far to say I think there's a distinct possibility that Siam Reap could become a base for me for like, I can't say, but you know, it could be 10 years, it could be a lifetime. There's nowhere better than this. Siam Reap's the best in terms of Southeast Asia. There's no reason to move anywhere else. I mean, Laos, possibly Laos. You know, possibly Laos, but I don't think so. I just think Siam Reap's the one. So if that is the case, I'll use it as a base and go away for like, make sure I go away. I really don't want to. But I just think for the channel, it would be good to, you know, go away for a couple of weeks every 6 months at least, and like go to Nepal, go to Japan, go to Taiwan, get the content basically. I'm not going to go as far as going to. I mean, maybe if I have a super settled, beautiful, chilled life in Siam Reap and that's consistent, maybe I can do 2 weeks in India or Bangladesh for the content. Maybe I can even get to that stage. But right now, my story is my self-worth is too high to go to India or Bangladesh. But that was coming from the perspective of Tom who lived it. Like Tom who, like, you know, if he went to India or Bangladesh, he was living there. Whereas this is a whole different concept. The possibility, oh man, sorry, a turtle head is coming through. I think I might have to make a dash to the toilet in a minute. But I'm going to try and do at least an hour without leaving. But I'm not going to shit my pants over it. So if I dash off, that's what's happening. How long are we doing for? I don't know if I can squeeze on this. Well, it's not a turtle head, let's be honest. On this cascading waterfall for 24 minutes. So yeah, I mean, what do you think of that, guys? Like, so I think, and I could be wrong on this, but I feel like the video, so I woke up this morning, yesterday morning, bearing in mind it's morning for me now, and I thought to myself, I can't do another video today. So I've recorded every single day since I've been here, and I think they're all, by my standards, you know, I think they're some of my best videos. So fantastic, by my standards. Obviously, I'm not comparing myself to, you know, a good YouTuber. I mean, by my standards. And today I just thought, you know, I can't, you know, how much content can you create when your life isn't changing? Oh my God, it was a great video. Like, so, like, stuff always happens. And there's characters now. There's Lee, there's Michael, there's some Cambodian characters. You know, there's regular characters now. I think people will like that. I mean, Lee's going to be interesting. Obviously, he doesn't, I try and stop him going into all his cosmic stuff on the English refugee. So I think I could live in Cambodia and English refugee would work fine. You know, I'm not saying it would completely blow up like it would if I was traveling the world. Sorry, now we've got more technological problems. I forgot to charge the bloody laptop. And now I'm farting. I'm so bad at this. But is that what makes it good? Is it so bad that it's good? Maybe, potentially, perhaps, possibly? No, it's crap. So I think the channel would be viable, as in I could survive off it, and you know, 2,000 a month is now what I class as surviving. But really, it's 1,500, and really, it's possible on $1,000. So I think I could do that staying in Siam Reap. But if I've got a super chilled life, why not go to Bangladesh for I mean, I could do a week where I hit up that horrendous city beginning with D in Bangladesh, the most polluted city in the world. There's no way I could sleep there for more than a night, so I could get 2 days of content there, then dash off to a couple of places in India for 2 days, and come back within a week. Just have a week of hell for the clicks. What do you think about that strategy? I don't know what you mean, Mickey. I don't understand what you mean by you can't see the comments. I wonder, oh yeah, right, so I'm streaming, yeah, I think this is it. So I'm streaming on both my channels. So the comments you're seeing there on the screen are streaming, I'd put in both my channel comments together. But I imagine you'll just see whichever channel you're watching on. So if you're watching on English Refugee, you're just going to see comments on English Refugee. I think that's what's happening. Oh, a white man's been arrested. How interesting. Well, not really, is it? It's just not really interesting at all. And like, I wonder what story they're going to spin on this. Like, Anne Widdecombe's not really relevant anymore. So presumably, have they announced that straight away, or did they want people to do what I just did and make the assumption, and then now lefties can go, you see, you're all just racist and you just assume, and it's like, well, yeah, it is based on it being that way 99% of the time. What do you think is going on, guys? And is this breaking news? Is it this evening for you? Oh, that's nice. Get me tootsies on the sofa. I'm loving my flat. I'm loving my flat. I almost left. Well, no, I didn't. Yeah, I almost left. I almost signed a contract yesterday, a 6-month contract on. Why are you moving that? It's like you want to move. A 6-month contract on a gorgeous house. And I still don't know if I made the right decision in not doing. So basically, I just got scared that there was going to be building work next to it because there's a field next to it. And I said, listen, if there's building work, will you guarantee that you cancel my contracts and give my deposit back? And he wouldn't. And then, so basically the only thing here is I don't have a garden, but it's silent. Certainly in the bedroom it's silent, and in my living room it's quiet most of the time. And I'm not in a contract, so I can just, it's just beautiful to not be in a contract. I love it, I love it. So I bought, I'm not going to touch the camera, but I'm starting to buy things to make the flat nice. I bought a lovely throw for the sofa. And just like little touches like that, it's starting to really feel like a home. Even though only yesterday I almost signed a contract on somewhere else. Yeah, so Albus worked it out straight away, obviously. Albus is on it. Yeah, that's obviously what it is. You can see the comments on the channel that you're on. Yeah, man, we're triple streaming. You can watch it on Kick as well, Mickey, if you're 14. I don't know how long I'm going to persevere with Kick, so I've never looked at, yeah, exactly, yeah. I definitely went too far, but I took it back straight away. Anyway, it is what it is. I hope we see him again. I really hope we see him again. I like him a lot. Yeah, so I haven't looked at my Kick. I think this is like the 6th stream I've done with Kick, and I haven't even looked at it. I just can't bring myself. Oh no, that's not true. The other day I clicked some buttons which mean I'm now eligible for subscribers, which I think is how you get paid. But I just can't see it happening. But then it happened for Raymond on there, and I feel like we're quite similar. Yeah, he's probably more Kick. He's more of the, he just speaks into a third dimension and how much he hates women. So I guess that probably is more relatable for Kick people. But I wouldn't have thought he's like a typical Kick streamer. And he seems to do all right on it. So, how long do I persevere with it before I just think, why am I on Kick? What is this 14-year-old nonsense? He's a bit paranoid, isn't he, Debbie? He's come in, so Paranoid One came in saying, can you see me? Now I've just seen Debbie responding to him saying, you're not banned. Paranoid One, you're an irrelevance. We don't know who you are. I recognize you, and I feel like you're borderline hateful. But, I just have I can't, yeah. You're basically meaningless to me. Give me some money and then I'll remember you. Oh, talking about, I'm going to have to go and sort this this waterfall that's attempting to cascade out of my bumhole. It shouldn't take long, and you'll get to hear this all over microphones. They don't go away. I don't know if that's a selling point or not. Probably not. Oh, there's a nice fart. Are you ready? Oh! Oh! That's got to have lost 5. That's got, oh! Now I think we've lost 8. Can we get another big noise to lose 4 more? Come on, asshole, don't let me down. Oh, there we go. Oh, plop, plop. Whew, that was traumatic. Oh, a few more plops. Oh, yeah, that's better. The Asian bum gun? Oh, yeah. Oh, the amount of time I used to spend wiping my ass in England after a poo like that. Just a nightmare. I could be there for 20 minutes. But with the bum gun of Asia and a towel, that's all I use, the bum gun of Asia. And a specifically designated bumhole towel that's black. Honestly, the bum gun of Asia is just the best thing ever. I just don't know how I live without it. Did you enjoy listening to me poo? Should I take my microphone off for future poos? I think it's funny, but often when I think something's funny, other people get triggered. Okay, so Shepperton Studios 8253. I guess nothing happened with Vietnam Crate Doggo. So it is all explained in the episodes. I don't just suddenly not mention it. So if you're watching all the episodes, then it would have been explained. And that's not me saying you should be watching all the episodes. I'm just defending my content and saying, obviously, I didn't just drop that whole, we'll call it a storyline, even though obviously it was true. Like out of shame or something, or, you know, I told you exactly what happened. Well, to my knowledge, I don't really know what happened. So I spoke to Anne, who lived there, and we decided that the best thing, because they didn't like me, was to not mention my name. So she approached them saying, I found someone on the Facebook group that wants to take that one. But she didn't say it was me. And the mum was like, oh yeah, great, but obviously she was like, I have to check with my husband, who's a demon. So Demon decided that he didn't want to rehome the dog. So then I decided the night after I was going to steal the dog, and because obviously it's not stealing, it's liberating. And that day he rehomed it. Sold it for meat, probably. So, yeah, that's what happened. It's really crap. So yeah, I'm gutted that he isn't with me now. But then, as Lee pointed out, I'd have had to get him here. I'd have had to jab him. Now, if he got sold for dog meat, obviously is irrelevant, and I should have, and you know, it would have been better if I took him. But let's just say he is like I was told he's been rehomed in a forest with 2 other dogs, and obviously a dog-loving family. It's hard to believe, man. It's because they'd have had to have been Vietnamese, because these people don't have relationships with non-Vietnamese. And it's just hard to believe that they're going to know Vietnamese people that live in the forest and are nice to dogs, like, because their energy was so bad and so, like, not of the forest, so of the concrete, and not of dog loving. Like, it's very strange to think that they would have friends that would be just completely the opposite to them. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more unrealistic it is. But, you know, and a lot of people won't resonate with this in the chat, but for me, jabbing the dog is a really selfish act. You know, for me to take on a dog knowing that I'm not going to stay in the country and therefore he's going to have to get poisoned, for me, because I'm deciding I want him, I think that's a very selfish act. And that was Lee's angle on it as well. Yeah, I don't think you should put your, I don't think you should ever jab a dog. Like, I mean, it's just utter poison. But once you know what's in those things, you should never be, like, if you're putting that into your dog, then you're, you know, not the person I want to be, let's put it that way. So, yeah, that was really, I mean, I did decide I was going to take him. I was going to try and steal him, but, you know, Lee pointed out that nothing is worth poisoning him, or he worded it really well, obviously, but, like, basically it's a selfish decision to decide that this dog is going to get poisoned because I want him. So I think, you know, overall it was the right decision, but it's probably dog meat, so it's not. Yeah, so that's not the issue. So get a mini tripod for Osmo from Lazadar for $2. Right, so if you buy one from $2 from Lazadar, it's going to last a week max. Lazadar is an absolute shit show. It's just plastic shit and it's lots of scams. I hate it. You know, they lie on there, you know, they'll actively try and sell you something that it's not, you know. It's like I bought a pack of cards and they came and they were this big for a doll's house. And it's just like, you know, it's just a scam site. Right, so I have a camera stand for my Osmo. I just bought a brand new Osmo 4 and I bought the Creator Combo because I'm a creator and I like combinizing. So basically I paid $100 for a stand. But it's fucking... So to use the stand, you use it on the bottom, which covers up the portal, the insertion that you put the wire into that plugs it into the computer. So you can't use the stand. It's such a bad design. So that's not going to work unless there's something I'm missing. But I don't think there is. Oh, I bet there is. I bet behind it there is. There's no way Osmo's fucked up this bad. I bet there is. Let me just check something. Something's just popped into my head. Because it's such a bad design, they can't have actually done this. I bet. Oh my God, why can't I find it? Oh, it's on the back. Yeah, I take all that back. You're dead right. So I could just have my Osmo on a stand there instead of all this taping it to a smoothing machine. Right, so that's what, yeah, it's on the back. So you don't need the technicals, but basically I was just being retarded. Okay, thank you, Unusual Suspect, for pointing out the oh yeah, not that, but your comment has led me to realizing the glaringly obvious thing that I could do. But really, yeah, all that's irrelevant as well, because now I have I mean, I didn't really need it, to be honest, especially now we know that. But you know, it's not about need, it's about honoring myself as a content creator and giving myself the best technology and the ease, like ease is a big part of this. And that. And also the angle and the quality of the live stream. So now, if I'm reading the comments, that's a bad angle, and I have to do this to look at you. Whereas for $40, I've got like this perfect, right above me, it's gonna be straight on, it's gonna be perfect. Once, you know, I work out how to use it. So, Lazadar, no, absolutely not. Shit show, scam, awful. But you did lead to a good solution. However, it's all irrelevant once Daddy shows me how to use that camera. But thank you for your input, Unusual Suspects, and thank you for trying to help. And you did help. You've taught me something about my camera through what you said, which was fucking obvious. How did I not? As if I thought DJI would have made such a massive mistake. Anne Widdicombe has been offed by a white native, apparently, not a migrant. Who'd have thunk it? Well, yeah, obviously you're going to assume if you know, it's like, It's like backing a horse that's won 1 out of 10 times over a horse that's won 9 out of 10 times. Like, of course, you're going to assume that the horse that's won 9 out of 10 times is going to win again. If you've got to make an assumption. Oh, don't be silly. Are you honestly? Paranoid one, was it something she did that ruined their plans? They're all shape-shifting lizards or something along those lines. Like, none of them are going to step out of line. Like, they all have exactly the same agenda. And it just gives way too much respect to the, let's just call them the reptiles, or the characters. That's probably a better word, the characters. You know, it plays into the whole, you know, Trump could be a savior, Lowe could be a savior, Farage could be a savior, you know, not seeing it for what it is, just this massive show that's run by the same people and they all work for them. It's probably the 200 fallen angels shape-shifting or something, but, you know, forget that. Like, if that's too much for you, just, you know, with them every time club, I think most of you can accept that. The idea that one of them, like, oh, suddenly decides that they're good and tries to mess up their plans, or like, no, like, Bill, you're not seeing what's going on. Like, you're still in cuckoo land. I reckon you still think that Rupert Lowe might be a savior or Tommy Robinson might be a savior. Like, that's where this comes from. Total, yeah, not seeing it for what it is. You know, everything's scripted. But this is also very true. It doesn't make much sense by a 26-year-old white guy. I mean, one, you know, white guys don't really end people. I mean, obviously the odd one does, but, you know, it's just incredibly rare for a white guy to decide to do that. Then you've got, okay, so what motive would they have with Ann Widdecombe? Well, as far as I'm concerned, or, you know, she's not a key political figure anymore. She's not really in the public eye. She's old. She's not. It's not like, yeah. So immediately you go to libtard, don't you? Like, and obviously this is trying to come from a common sense point of view, where, you know, none of this needs to make sense because it's all a show. But yeah, you go to libtard and you think about like the attempted Trump assassinations, which obviously are all fake, but let's just go with it. But she's like, you know, she's not Trump. She's not a divisive figure. Like, she is divisive in what she says from a, you know, libtard point of view. But she's minor. Like, she's nobody. So it just makes no sense at all. But then it doesn't need to. It's all a show. So has this happened tonight? Which one's better, Mickey? I get much more money from Tom Greatorex on live streams than I do. Is it the way around? No, much more money from Tom Greatorex. But I imagine you've moved on to English Refugee. Because I think that's where the main... Oh, shit. I think that's where the main comment action is. Ann Widdecombe. I mean, it's good, isn't it? It's good. It's very funny. Well done, Rocky Canty. Very impressed. You see, this is, you're falling for it, Debbie, you know, like, none of it's real. I mean, on one level, like, yeah, I'm sure maybe it happened, but, you know, it's all, like, to go into that is exactly what they want. Into the division. Into the, you know, I mean, I've just done it, but I've done it for the purposes of this live stream, like, giving it credence as if there is some lefty that has done this. Like, no, like, look at the Charlie Kirk one. Like, I mean, I tried to watch a Lotus Eaters episode the other day and I was just laughing at it. Like, they're making out that this guy actually killed Charlie Kirk. Like, how can anyone be taking the Lotus Eaters seriously when they're saying that Tyler actually, you know, did what he's accused of doing, as if it was actually him? Like, I mean, how is anyone still holding that narrative when it's so clearly not that? It just amazes me. But this is how, like, it's you know, this is the buying in. You know, oh, it was a trans lefty, like that was with the Kirk one. You know, it's that same mentality that you're doing now, Debbie, and it's, you know, I was doing it only 6 months ago, but it feels incredibly naive to me now, and it kind of amazes me that anyone's doing it. But then I've got to remember, I was doing this not even 6 months ago, 3 months ago. It's very, very easy to get caught up in, and it's actually the obvious way to behave or to see things until you really, you know, observe it and see it's all just, you know, who really helped me? It was Fittest Fat Earther. You know, really seeing that these celebrities, these politicians, anyone in the public eye are just recycled. And you know, seeing that all their wives are men as well. Like, I'm not sure he's the one that's exposed that, but I've seen a really good video on that. Like, once you realize that every single woman in the public eye is a man, and then you realize that they're recycling them over and over. So the examples I always give is Aleister Crowley is now Joe Rogan, Bill Hicks is now Alistair Jones, Jim Carrey was Joe Biden. And, you know, for me, this is pretty much fact. Yeah, but it was Fittest Fat Earther that really helped me see that, and I think that was the final stage of me stopping speaking like this, probably a lefty, and giving their story, his story, history, his story, any credence whatsoever. But I really want to stop looking down on perspectives that I held myself only 3 months ago. Because I can't help but feel a bit of a like trigger in this, Debbie, like a bit of a, and this is my work, which has nothing to do with you. A bit of a like, oh, really, Debbie's my friend and she's falling for it. But you know, I was falling for it 3 months ago, so stop that, Tom. And just love everyone for where they're at and know that, you know, that they're waking up, and that's all that matters. The amazing one is here, the amazing, wonderful Heart of Hearts. Irish friend. Love you, Heart of Hearts. Thank you so much. Tom, you need to be more mindful of your chair scraping because Lee can hear you. Right, this is a thing. So, long-term viewers will know how much I judge chair scrapers. And, you know, we are just such projectiles. You know, the stories we tell ourselves, like I've just kind of spoken into it there with, you know, Debbie going for the lefty thing, which I used to do. You know, it's all story. And then, so my story was that I'm quite respectful and don't scrape my chair. And then you move above your best mate, let's just say. You know, you move above somebody, you know, the person that is the biggest part of your life right now, and you've never respected anyone so much, and the person that you value most high in the world. So, best mate. More than that, you know, he's just wonderful. And you move into a flat with really good quality, heavy furniture that's been imported from Europe. And suddenly you realize, oh no, actually I do scrape a chair. Because suddenly you care. You realize, you know, this is how powerful the ego is. Like, I genuinely thought that I didn't do it. And compared to your average tard, I don't. Like, I do lift as I drag. Right, so then last night, he sets up my TV for me. Daddy came and set up a big TV for the little tummy. And so I'm watching, so I'm lying, it's not worth it. The sofa's here, the TV's there. So I'm lying down to watch the sofa, and then I'm sitting up to smoke. And that, you know, is a routine that happens every 20 minutes. Now I've got foot problems going on. The verruca is getting better. Well, it's definitely hurting less. But now my whole foot is, well, both feet, particularly the verruca foot, but the other foot as well, is starting to get swollen because I'm walking like a duck. Like, you know, I'm not walking properly because of the verruca. Now, I think I know why all this is happening, other than to teach me all the herbal medicine. Also, what the bodyworker taught me was heel first, not toes first. One of the things she taught me was heel first. And I'm getting sore because I'm not doing that. I'm still plonking down like a plebtard on my that part of the foot. So there's your toes, and then you've got this raised part of the foot, that's your heel. I'm using this to take the impact, which you should never be doing, even when you've not got a verruca. So obviously the universe is making me really see this and inflaming this area now, so I have to use my heel and I have to walk properly. It's lovely how it all works for you, even if it is harrowingly painful. This life is so funny. Heart of Heart knows you've just got to laugh, because the paradox is outrageous, and Heart of Heart knows all about the paradox. Like, once you start living in the paradox, which is basically, I think, the extinguishing of duality. I think when you're moving from duality to oneness, the paradox just gets so extreme, because you're about to break through it, I assume. I think I know that intellectually. I think I know that that's what's happening. So the paradox for me is so extreme right now. I've lost my train of thought, but essentially, what the hell are we talking about? Oh, right, yeah, the chair. So this chair that I'm sat on is in between the sofa and the TV. So option one is move it right out there. But then when I sit up to smoke, I want to put my feet up. I don't want to, basically, I don't want to put any weight on my feet right now. Like, I'm walking as little as possible, and I'm lying down as much as possible. And if I am sat, I don't even want, even though most of the weight is on my ass bone, which is also a problem, I don't want any weight on my feet. So I lift my feet and put them on the chair. So to watch the TV, the best thing is to move the chair over there. But then we've got a big, bearing in mind I don't want to stand up either, so I have no choice but to drag the chair right now. So then we have a big drag back here. Or I can push the chair in to the table to watch the TV. It's a little bit annoying, it's in my peripheral sight, but then it means I'm only moving it half a foot each time. But basically last night, through being super mashed, not wanting to put any weight on my feet, and the fact that I was moving this chair every 15 minutes, I just thought, fuck it, I'm just scraping. So last night, I must have scraped this chair only for half a foot for a second, 20 times. So today I will ask Lee, I'll say, like, did you hear it? And I think, there's no way. Like, so this place is built really well, except for that first flat that had a fucking gap in the wall. But, you know, apart from that faux pas, it's designed, is really soundproofed really well. Like, the best apartment I've ever experienced in terms of soundproofing. Phenomenal. So I'm kind of telling myself that the ceiling is going to be so well designed that he won't be hearing it, but there's just no way. Like, chair scraping is a whole nother level, man. So thank you, Heart of Hearts. 1 for the humor, 2 obviously for the donation, and 3 for. I was already very aware of it, and I was going to have a conversation, but I think this has come up for a reason. But honestly, right now with my feet, I think I would explain to him that there's not really anything I can do. If I'm going to use the TV, which I am going to use the TV, it's fantastic. I'm really, so for the first time, I just can't believe what's happening. So I'm a total technophobe, as you've seen, like, how much the camera not working stresses me out. And then someone clearly pointing out that I can use the speakers on that, but I don't think about that because I get so stressed and all this. Like, technology really stresses me out. The more I get to know Rachel, the more I actually relate to her. She really reminds me of me like 10 years ago. But still, we both have this technophobeness. Hers is so extreme she can't use internet banking, but I was there, I've just worked on it. But honestly, I say, like, now, I've got my TV hooked up to a laptop, I've got 2 screens, and yes, it's very scary, it only happened last night, it's all new to me, I'm learning, but, and it does make me, it makes my ass twitch. But I just can't believe it. I cannot believe I'm a YouTuber that owns 4 cameras, 2 mics, an HDI cable that hooks my, I just can't believe it. Like, I've hated this stuff all my life. Suddenly I'm immersed in it. Crazy. Another great human being is R. Hardy Music. a Patreon member and regular supporter of the channel financially, and always leaves wonderful comments. Thank you, R. Harley Music. I hope some people are checking out his music. I mean, it's a bit rich because I haven't. Oh, maybe I should play some of your songs at the start as well as Lee's. That would be cool, wouldn't it? So is the music on your channel, R. Harley Music? I would bring it up, but it's been a technological disaster tonight, so I don't dare bring any screens up. Hey Tom, Rob here. Have you found a solid placelet where you can bear the noise? Are you still considering going back to the UK? Yeah, brilliant man. Thank you. You're brilliant man. You're brilliant man. I think that says. Thank you for thinking I'm brilliant. I'm glad I've managed to pull the wool over your eyes and you haven't seen the truth of what a useless human being I am. I have no plans to go back to the UK and never have since the day I left. I think you might be getting confused with in some recent episodes. Oh yeah, so you know, it has been spoken into as a concept and a possibility, but it's never been held as a real possibility, going back to the UK. Obviously, I dream of going back to the UK. Obviously, I want to live in the UK. But I can't see that being possible for quite a long time and possibly never in my lifetime. Obviously, it's very hard to say how things are going to go. So the trajectory we're on, I will never ever return to the UK. However, I feel that trajectory has at least a 50% chance, if not higher, of changing. And we're going to go into a really beautiful time. Well, that's a bit much. Let's just say of changing. I mean, I do think we're going to go into a beautiful time, but I don't know. And it could all just be cope. Now, whether there is this sort of splitting, many people have called it a new earth, Dolores Cannon's language, or two timelines, or, you know, however you are able to grasp it. But let's just say a splitting of normies and conscious. Whether that's going to involve certain lands being in certain categories, who knows? And obviously, if that is the case, well, the UK is clearly going to be in the bad one. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to play out. I imagine, I don't know. I can't speak into it anymore because now I'm just making assumptions and guessing, and there's no point doing that. So, from a third dimensional perspective, with the current trajectory, I'm not going back to the UK anytime soon. But I have seriously spoken into and hold as a possibility maybe going to Eastern Europe, Georgia, Armenia, Bulgaria, Poland. You know, I'd like to see all these countries. But I also hold the story/belief that you won't be able to fly in the next 2 years. I think between 2027 and 2030, it's going to be potentially apocalyptic. And that doesn't mean that it's going to be the apocalypse. I think it's much more likely to. I mean, I don't think that exists because I think it's that comes from a book that's written to control you. But I think they're going to make it look like that's happening. So I don't think there's going to be much flying going on after 2027. Obviously, I hold all this lightly. None of this is definite. I don't even hold it as a definite belief. Obviously, it's not definite because it's just my thoughts. But even judging it based on my thoughts, if you hold those with any sort of credence, I don't even hold my thoughts as definite. So just bear that in mind. Not that I expect any of you place any importance on my thoughts. Right, so I found Sayam 10 days ago, and I'm completely in love. I'm completely in resonance. It's just wonderful. Honestly, my life is so beautiful. I'm so happy. Happy is a bad word. I'm very aligned, I'm very balanced, and I'm very peaceful. By my standards, the most of those things I've ever been in my life. Now, a lot of that is I'm 40. A lot of that is self-work, self-observation, shadow work, whatever you want to call it. Enlightenment. Lol. But a lot of that is saying me. A lot of that is saying me. finding Siem Reap has been an absolute game changer. It's like nowhere else in Southeast Asia, completely different energy, very different people to the rest of Southeast Asia, and even Cambodia. I think like Siem Reap is another level of specialness. And it is the temple. Me and Lee have done a video on it today. I'll release it on Tom Greatorex in about 4 days, I think. It's the temple. It's many things, but it's the temple. And the energy of that temple. And the history of that temple and what that temple was used for and what it emits. It's the temple. So obviously I'm referring to Angkor Wat. It's fairly famous. If you haven't heard of it, stick it in Google and you'll be like, oh, wow, that's pretty. How did they build that? Oh, well, they bought rocks on logs from Bulgaria. Right, okay. I feel like I've got more, but I need to put the kettle on. So I'll keep speaking to his comment when I put the kettle on. So I feel like I've kind of got stuck in Siem Reap. And obviously that's not a negative thing. It's fantastic. But I was planning on, I want to see Laos. I really want to see Laos because Laos has a very small population, is very quiet, is very natural. On paper, it's the place in Southeast Asia that should suit me best. But I just can't believe there could possibly be anything better than Siem Reap. Like it's just amazing. Like it's so quiet, it's so chilled, it's so lovely. The people are so amazing. It's got pretty much everything you need, but it's also, we go into this in Lee's video, there's something about the energy here that whenever they try and turn it into everything else that Southeast Asia is becoming, so shopping malls, big hotels, yada, 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 it doesn't happen. The energy is just like, no, 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 no. So it's like you can get everything you need, but it's not overwhelming and it's not losing its Southeast Asianness. You know, it's not becoming westernized, even though we keep trying and failing every time, whether it's a new airport, new hotels, it fails for numerous reasons. We go into it in in my video with Lee, which you'll see in 3 days' time, something like that. So yeah, I think I'm going to be here a long time. I'm no longer that bothered about Laos. I'm just going to stay here and then maybe see Laos at some point. It may be that I stay here for 10 years and use it as a base and go and hit up maybe, as I was saying earlier, maybe even crazy places like India and Bangladesh for the clicks and the content. But just for like very short periods and always know that I'm coming back to Siem Reap. Now the sadness in that, not that it's really sadness, but let's just say right, pros and cons. So everything I've spoken into so far is pros. Siem Reap is amazing. The cons are I don't see Eastern Europe. I don't see Georgia. I don't see Armenia. All countries I really want to see and really appeal to me, and I think could provide a better standard of living potential, but I don't see how it can really get better than this. And living in a gorgeous apartment. Right, what I haven't done yet is check out gym facilities and stuff like that. I don't know if they're any good. I would imagine not, really. I imagine they're going to be very much like Thailand. Oh, they've got to be air-conditioned. There will be some 5-star gyms here because they have tried. They've tried to ruin it. They've tried to make it Bali, you know? This is so much better than Bali. Like, so much better than Bali. But obviously they want it to be like Phuket, like, well, I don't want to speak for them, but, you know, there's definitely people, investors, business people who like concrete, who want to turn it into everything else that Southeast Asia is becoming and losing, like, why it's so amazing. So think Phuket, think Bali, which obviously Phuket's a shithole, but Bali is amazing. But also there's going to be no rice fields soon and it's not going to look very beautiful because they're just building on everything. So yeah, I think I've spoken to your question at that. Thank you for the donation. Definitely not going back to UK. Would love to go back to, you know, Italy and all this, but then I don't know what's coming. But what's already here and what looks like it's going to keep happening at expansive pace, you know, I don't really want to be in Central Europe, but I do really want to see places like Italy and, you know, well, every single country in Europe I'd like to spend time in. but then there's Agenda 2030 playing out at the same time. Like, there's so many, you know, there's so much going on. So I just think if you found somewhere amazing, Siem Reap, where the cost of living is good, not cheap. It's not Vietnam. It's 20% more than Vietnam, 25% maybe. But you know, very manageable. I can live a good life here on $1,500 to $2,000 a month. Especially once I've finished buying all my cameras and wires and stuff, which I think I'm there. I just don't see any reason. There's just no reason to leave. And then on top of that, you've got all the amazing people here. So because of the amazing energy and all the amazing stuff I've spoken into, you get the best people. You know, this Siem Reap doesn't appeal to your standard, normal, hedonistic, I want to shag bar girls expat. You know, it appeals to a much more, let's just use the word enlightened, a much more enlightened expat in general. So, I mean, just Michael and Lee, who you've met on Tom Greatorex now. Michael went down really well. People loved him. And Lee seems to be going down better than I expected. So, and then there's a whole group of them I'm about to meet today. So, you know, I'm going to have to go and shit again, guys, sorry. Yeah, let's let the coffee brew while I shit. Should I take the microphone off? No, nobody gave any feedback on whether they enjoy listening to my shits or not. I wonder if that was somebody joining the chat as I was squirting out of my ass. Okay, ask squirt number 3 of this very early morning. How's this one gonna go? Oh, like that. Fantastic. Oh, God. Don't say I don't give you your money's worth. What other YouTuber lets you listen to their ass squirts? Maybe it's a lack of self-worth. Maybe this is self-sabotage. Maybe this is oversharing as it. Oh God, oversharing as a defense mechanism. Yeah, probably. It's it's fun. Oh, fucking hell, it's very sloppy this morning. Very sloppy. I think this is the grief over wee fat shug affecting my asshole. And it might be about 8 inches that I got slammed with last night. I'm only joking. I didn't really. I have been partaking in Vent Boys a little bit recently. Maybe we'll talk about that. Do you want to hear about the Vent Boys? Let me know in the comments. Ooh. Squeeze it out, squeeze it out, squeeze it out. That was meant to be a take of a Taylor Swift song, but it didn't work. The ass gun. I feel I need to say that because people who don't know what the ass gun is are going to think that I'm literally got a waterfall coming out of my ass. Rather than just a bit of a curdled chipfall. Oops, we need that. We need that shit. Shake it off, shake it off. Oh, wee little coffee, have you brewed enough yet? All right, let's get another comment speaking to when I finish off my coffee. Can you hear me when I go to the toilet? Can you hear me when I make my coffee? These will be good things to know. This guy's in the house. I like this guy. Sorry, I still haven't unblocked you from Tom Greatorex. I will try and motivate myself to do that today. Okay, so this guy's got something to say about Anne. Poor Anne, they think it's possible that Fabian Scum got at her Ah, right. So I'm not really following stuff anymore, but I have noticed the Fabian Society is starting to get exposed, which obviously means they want you to get angry about it. So Rupert Lowe went on Alistair Crowley's show and spoke about the Fabian Society. And then now, is this going to be the narrative that there's Fabian scum on the street knifing people? I mean, my understanding of the Fabian Society, again, it's all just part of the psyop on the show, but is that it's for elites. I could be wrong, but I don't think I don't think I can join the Fabian Society. I don't think your average pleb can join the Fabian Society. I could be wrong. Maybe you can. So this guy seems to be believing a narrative where the Fabian Society is open to plebs, which maybe it is. And one of these plebs has got so brainwashed that they've seen Anne Widdecombe as enough of a threat to end her, which just makes no sense on any level to me. One, that anyone other than high ups are part of the Fabian Society. I mean, maybe it is a membership thing, maybe it is. But then if it is, that would all be, it's all fake. It's so hard to speak into as if it's real. But right, so let's just speak into it from a third dimension so it's real. Let's say it does have membership. Their events, they're not going to be saying, go out and knife Anne Widdecombe. They're just going to be like communist left-wing rhetoric. And then the actual Fabian Society will just be for the higher ups. And then let's even pretend that they do have members and they do radicalize them and from the bottom. Why Anne Widdecombe? Surely it would be Rupert Lowe. Or Tommy Robinson, the extreme far-right lefty that loves whose motto is black and white unite. No. What about English unite and kick everyone else out? I think that should be the motto, Tommy. Kick them all out if they're not us. And even if they're the offspring of half of us, get out. Now, obviously, those aren't my views. I'm just playing the parody of a far-right Nazi for your entertainment and to expose how disgusting the far-right's views are. But that character, that parody that I'm playing, would like to say one more time, Tommy Robinson is not right-wing. He's a Sivnat, which means he's a lefty. His politics align with Tony Blair's 1990s leftism. So Tommy Robinson can spin on that. Ooh. Paranoid One, what do you think your name says about you and what sort of energy are you putting out there? This is just an invitation for you, it's not an attack. Do you think as long as you're identifying as a paranoid one, you might show up in a paranoid manner? Just something for you to mull on. If you want to improve your life, you probably don't. Not many people do. It's really quite fascinating. Sorry, the coffee is nearly done. But then I'll have to go for an ass squirt again in 20 minutes, so I can't pretend it's going to get much better. At least I'll be done with the coffee in 2 minutes. It's a start, isn't it? I like the phrase coke masking. Vic Heskey sounds like coke masking. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Probably me, because you're a bit of a pleb. But obviously everything I've said is perfectly true and very wise. Yeah, okay, so this is Shug. Yeah, for a lot of people, they have zero tolerance for people talking shit about their pets, man. Even taking it back won't be enough. Yeah, for a lot of people, but they're all retards. I didn't think Shug was. So if you've done a lot of work, you'd understand. You don't get offended by people's words. Especially when they take them back. Now, there's a difference between being offended and deciding to support someone financially on Patreon. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm just amazed. He's just not where I thought he was. But I don't want to make it about him. Like, I want to see my side of it. and not allow my ego to just project onto him. But it is hard to not express for shock. Like, it didn't even occur to me that he would get triggered. Because I know what it's like to have done the work. Like, that wouldn't have triggered me, especially when it was taken back straight away. Like, there's a chance that if someone said that about my dog and didn't take it back, I would leave thinking maybe I don't want to support this guy. And also what I haven't got into is all our history, like all the respect I've showed him, all the honouring I've given him, all the facts that I clearly look up to him, that he's like the only person pretty much, like, or one of 5 people that I've picked out of a chat and been like, I want to be your friend, I think you're fucking great. It's like all that is dismissed over one little fucking comment that got taken back straight away. And was clearly just me getting overexcited and was not an expression of my views at all, which is why it got taken back straight away. And I think that's childish. But maybe what's happening here is he's a very stoic, aligned man who knows that I need some guidance. And the best way that he can guide me is to cancel his membership so that I have this process that I'm having now. Like, maybe it's coming from that place, in which case that's very enlightened, very aligned, very wise, very loving, very mature, very giving. And that would come from, you know, because he's done the self-work, done a lot of self-work, done a lot of self-observing, he knows how this works, and that you'll only really see things when something happens that you don't like, because the ego is so good at hoodwinking us that we just go through life thinking that everything's fine or that we're right or whatever stupid story we want to, you know, hang on to. Until something like this happens where you really have to ask yourself questions like, hang on, how am I showing up? Is that how I want to show up? What effect does that have on others? What effect does that have on me? Yada, 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 yada. Maybe I should book a session with Tom for £50 to help me see all my shit. You know, this sort of thing. All right, we have a coffee. Fantastic. So I've started mixing the 2 coffees. And it's perfect. I'm actually going to have to buy more of the ass coffee now, because it was a bit too sweet before. Right, let's get my feet up again. Have we got any more? Oh, no, no more donations. But to be honest, it's been, I'm not going to bang on about that. It's been very, very lucrative. Whenever Heart of Hearts around, it's always very lucrative, because she's such a good one. But yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for the support. Will any of your followers be worthy? Just focus on yourself, Rick. You're not worthy. That's all that matters to you, and it should be all that matters to you. Of course, you won't allow that in. You'll just project it and say that it's me and I have a problem with all my followers. No, I have a problem with you. I don't really have a problem. I just see you for what you are. Right, you're not this. You're not this. This guy is another level to you, Rick. As in, he has gone internal. I get notifications just as my eyelids are lowering. Yeah, damn you, Thomas Greater X. Let's see where this goes. No commentary from the Kazi. Oh, I don't get that last bit, Kazi. Yes, that's unfortunate, isn't it? So this guy has met himself for sure. I don't quite know where he's on the journey, but he's definitely met himself. So of course, he likes to go to bed nice and early, and I've just ruined that. But he's not met himself enough to not be addicted to certain YouTube channels, just like I am. And when the notification comes up, he just can't fucking resist. I love you, Alex. I think you're great. Jeroen's last episode was really good, wasn't it? I really enjoyed it too. I noticed you commented saying I really enjoyed that. It was really good, right? I think this is the conclusion I've come to. When he tries to be the teacher, his videos are shit. Because he's not a teacher. He is in some ways. Like, he is, if he does videos like he did today, then he's a teacher. But when he tries to be the teacher that his ego wants to be, it's not good. It's not good. When he just shares about his life, then he is the teacher, and his videos are really good. It's interesting how it works, isn't it? When he lets go of what he wants to be, he becomes it. But when he tries to be what his ego wants to be, it totally gets exposed. Very interesting. I feel like the camera could be better. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, I can't wait to get this new one working. Next episode, next live, you will see my new camera. So, Albus has zero tolerance for my dogs and kids. I must admit that would be me finished. Wow, how defensive. If it was said about my dog a week after it died. Yeah, no, I think he was speaking about a past event. I could be wrong. I don't think he was in. Yeah, that would change things, actually. If he's literally just lost his dog, but no, I'm pretty sure the way it was worded, he was talking about a past event and how it broke him in the past. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, then that changes everything. Tom didn't mean it, but once words are said, they can't be taken back, something like that. So I think you're adding an assumption and a context that isn't real, but maybe I've missed something. Yes, if you're in the intense grief, then I can absolutely understand his reaction, but that's not my understanding. But I could be wrong. Liam, Anne Widdecombe was accused of promoting denial of the big thing that happened. Well, according to Anne Widdecombe, it didn't happen, and many other people would suggest the same, and there's quite a lot of evidence to suggest that it's true. But of course, I'd never say that. Of course, it happened. So a certain event in Germany, she's promoting the denial of that, which is seen as anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Well, of course, anything that is potentially true is going to be classed as anti-Semitic because that's how they stop you talking about the Them Every Time Club. And the Rothschild family, she appeared on some pleb show. Okay, right, so is that your way of justifying why someone would want to off her? I mean, it's all lies, like literally everything. I'm not saying you're lying, what I'm saying, you're just saying, you know, what the mainstream think. Hopefully you see through it all. But, you know, literally every part of your comment is one of their lies. So this is why it's very hard for me to speak into, because it's all lies. But I assume you're suggesting that, you know, I don't know if you're saying that any of that is wrong, hopefully not, but I assume you're suggesting why a lefty might see her as somebody worth offing. And I'm sure in the mainstream, everything you said is true, that she has denied that thing and all that. But again, I just don't think she's a big enough person for that to matter. Also, most lefties hate the Them Every Time Club too, for different reasons. You know, because they're all Palestine shaggers. So I wouldn't have thought many lefties would get particularly triggered about that. It is quite interesting, you know, it is quite interesting to speak into still, but also it's not. But this guy's really weird. You know, he's clearly on the journey. So he claims to be enlightened. He shows a lot of evidence for that, but he's also very aggressive and seems to care about my journey way too much. You're very, very reactive, mate. You've got some work to do, yes, on not letting people get to you yet and learning to say yes. It comes to experience. Yeah, I totally agree with all that, except how do you say less when you're a live streamer? I appreciate in my everyday life, absolutely. So there's nothing in that comment I disagree with. My only question is, especially if you're referring to the whole Shug incident, but obviously I know you're just speaking into a bigger picture. Live streaming requires one to speak. So can you speak into that element of it a bit more and how that would work? Unless it could just be that I need to trust the universe will provide for me in ways that aren't me YouTubing, But I feel like right now the YouTube is very aligned to both me and consciousness. You could call it humanity, people, but really it's your consciousness that's of importance. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in this. And now I need to look up AUDHD, which a pretty wise person in the comments has told me I need to look up. But I just don't believe in it. Like, what do you mean ADHD? You mean I'm alive? You mean if we lived in a tribe, I'd be the hunter, I'd be the most revered person in the tribe because I've got this energy? What, you mean because I can't sit at a desk for 8 hours a day, but I have a label? What, you mean because I'm not willing to take their medications because of said label? Yeah, it's just bullshit, mate. I'm just alive. But you're also, not all, but in general, society is so dead that, and has been so brainwashed around these conditions, that, it appears, you have this projection, you have this nonsense. But I'm just alive. You're just not used to seeing alive people because you're all fucking zombies. Not everyone in this chat, obviously, but if you're making comments like that, you're a zombie. Simple as. Please don't write things like this. I mean, I appreciate you're not speaking to me and you're speaking to the chat, but when I see that, I assume there's something wrong with my internet and it sends me into a panic. But I appreciate it's not all about me, so forget that I just said that. That was very egoic. Well, yeah, I would like to think everyone in this chat is not watching and brainwashing TV. Have you noticed that we don't seem to get Rich Bicker, Billy Bramwell, and the Demon in the chat anymore since we've switched to nights? So I assume they're all just alcoholics. Certainly the Demon, 100%. But they're the first two are the only ones I can think of that would watch the TV. Yeah, thanks for this, Jay Damon, because what this does is it reminds me. So I listen to your content exactly like a podcast. Now, are you talking about all my content or just my lives? So this really helps remind me that I need to read out every single comment. And I'm learning that. So I can see how this works for my lives and how this works for Tom Greatorex channel. I can't see how it works for English refugee content. I feel like one would need to watch that to get the full, to get all that is offered there. I would have thought that listening to it would be pretty frustrating because you'd be like, what is he talking about? But I can totally understand why one would just listen to Tom Greatorex and just listen to the lives. That's how I would consume that content. I try to avoid watching things, as in I don't want to. I have no desire to watch anything anymore. I would much rather listen. The only channels that I watch are Tartarian Vault, because it's worth seeing what he's talking about. Jesse P. Watson, but he never posts any fucking videos. I'm so gutted. I need a Jesse P. Watson video, but anyway, it's fine. But then most of the people, I mean, Lee sometimes puts things on the screen, but most of the people I listen to, so Alan Watts, Lee, Jeroen, Stoic Journal, Temple Nomad, you don't need to watch them. And I think this is representative of a journey. So I think you've met yourself. I would assume that it's either Jaden or Jaydan Moon. I'm gonna call you Jay, but apologies if your name is actually Jaden. So I think Jay has met himself. I think he is well on the journey. I think he's at a similar place to me where it's still too much to spend hours a day with self, but I'm pretty sure he'll be spending some time with self, meditating. But he no longer needs that grip, that where you're getting the dopamine hits through your eyes and probably scrolling on your phone as well. Obviously the phone went a long time ago for him. Now the screen has gone. And soon, even the podcasts will cut down drastically obviously there's a lot of assumption in there. There's a lot of possibly projecting my journey onto Jay, but I'm just speaking into where I'm at. When I got to that stage, which is very recent, that's all true for me. And I find that this journey basically looks the same for everyone. It just has different stories attached to it. Let us know, Jaden, was that accurate, or Jay? And also, presumably you're not listening to English refugee content. It might be that that's just not for you and you only listen to Tom Greatorex. In which case I'd have great respect for you, but I would also encourage you to watch English Refugee as a bit of light entertainment. Oh, we've got another amazing person. Oh, not so much. Vic Heskey, a wise one. Do you offer solutions? Yeah, absolutely. If you weren't retarded, you would hear them in every single one of my videos. And then obviously I offer one-on-one shadow work sessions, or yeah, let's call them shadow work sessions for those that are really ready to delve into themselves. But yeah, there's solutions in everything that I say. If you can't hear them, then that says a lot about you. Oh, pleb one. Thanks for the 2. That's the same for every agenda. So this is God I Am. That's the same for every agenda. You'll learn to not bother speaking about any of them because it doesn't help anyone anyway. Peace is all that matters, and that requires being quiet. Yeah, it's so true. And this is a big dilemma with Not Today Satan. So I can definitely create a couple of Not Today Satan videos a week, but will be very different to before. Well, not that different, but just wiser and less dopamine hitty, less, you know, they'll get less views. But they'll be more aligned, you know, but it'll be all I can do, basically. I can't do what I used to do. But obviously my ego, the part of me that wants to earn money, the part of me that wants to be seen, would like to do live streaming on that channel as well. So these live streams, but on that channel as well. But everyone on that channel wants to talk about the external fear, and I just can't do it anymore. I can't take it seriously anymore. And when you're as in it as, you know, the most typical Not Today Satan follower will be, to hear that it's not what they think it is too much for them, because that's how they survive. They survive on the fear. They survive on the drama. They distract themselves, I should say, which is the same as surviving. This is how we survive, by distracting ourselves when we're unconscious. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be good for the channel. I don't think it's I don't think it's wise. I think I should just keep up these 2 channels. But then what's the point? Why have a channel with 40,000 subs that I can't use? I might as well just put it on there and lose 10,000 subs and have 30,000 people extra that might watch it, that are, you know, further on the awakening journey and matter more to me. Yes. Oh, it's Jack. I love Jack. Good to see you again, Jack. Jack Knife TV. Your channel is viable alone for its raw, honest peer reviews. I totally agree. I think that's the best part of the channel, when I go and squirt out of my ass with my microphone on. It's certainly the most unique part of my channel. I mean, I think I can quite confidently say no YouTuber's probably ever done that before. I mean, there's got to have been one, hasn't there? But, you know, it's pretty hard to be unique on YouTube. I think I do a pretty good job, but I think that is definitely unique. Sorry, I'm way behind. So people are telling me about Ann Widdecombe's and they're answering my questions. It was pretty much straight away. This is when they announced it was a whitey. If it had been a brownie, they would not have mentioned the color. Yeah, but that's all the psyop as well. Like, they want you to get pissed off about that. You know, it's so like, it's so frustrating, because obviously from a common sense point of view, from a moral point of view, like, yeah, of course, all these things are true and they need pointing out, but actually it's totally like, why do you think they do that? It's not because they want to protect brown people. They don't care. They want to get you angry, and they want to create civil war, essentially, and division and all that. Like they want to make it, they're trying to get you to pop. And in that as well was a paradox, because I'm not saying don't pop. I understand why you'd pop. And some people would, and it's easy to understand this thinking, and sometimes I'm of this thinking that, you know, we need to pop. But then if we pop, does that play into their hands even more? I think it probably does. It's very, very paradoxical, very difficult, very frustrating. But what it ultimately does is it takes you internal. It forces you to go internal, because there's no answers in the external, like because of what I speak into, because everything plays into their hands ultimately. Unless you do this. This is the only way of fighting back. The only way out is through. The only way out is in. And becoming sovereign and disconnecting from all of their systems and all of their fear-based propaganda is the only way to fight them. But first you have to go through all the external possibilities. Wow, it's a very generous chat tonight, guys. Is there something I'm doing different? Is there a reason why you're more like this tonight? Please tell me and I'll do it again. So this is your second donation, Shepperton. Oh my God, come on, Tom. Shepperton Studios. I feel like we should maybe get you up on the screen. This might be a YouTube channel. Please do check out Shepperton Studios and see if they have a channel. And if they do, support them, because they're supporting me. I stepped back from needing social... Oh, this one's been doing the work. I stepped back from needing social interactions to being completely content with my own company. A lot of society is just a sidekick white noise. Yeah, I totally agree. And this is inevitable on the journey. However, you make it sound easy. And I think you will share a similar experience to me, where that was only possible and you only got the strength, wisdom, and insight to do that and to go through that process after years of trying. Now, obviously, your story might be different, but this is my story, and I'm going to project it onto you until you say it otherwise. You know, what I'm saying is you don't just wake up one day and do this. You know, this comes after years of frustration, after years of trying, and then, so there's the realization that there's nothing out there worth bothering with. And then there's the journey of coming in here to get to a place of contentment in your own company. If you're anything like me and everyone that I see on this journey, there isn't this like, so what you're describing at first is this energy. Well, you're not describing it, but there will have been before what you're talking about, a desire to have friends and be in the external because that's what we're told to do. To then go to this energy, that's a process, which I'm sure you know and you've experienced. And there is, so I just want to speak into, you know, because this sounds super, like this is so true, and it is very positive and very lovely, and this is the truth. But there is a stage in between trying to grab from the external to get validation and satisfaction and happiness in the external to, oh God, I'm so much better just being alone. You know, for me, that was a 5-year process of letting go, of meeting myself, then being like, oh, I don't like that, and going back into the external to try and escape it. But ultimately, I totally agree with what you're saying. Absolutely. So Rick knows the only way I will read out any of his crap is if he sends me money. So he's done it again. Thanks for the 2, Rick. Everything about you is disappointing. I'm out. Yeah, because I'm not validating your bullshit. Because I'm standing in my own truth, my sovereignty, and I think a truth. Whereas you don't do any of that. You know, you're just ass. Total ass of a human being. So of course that's disappointing to you because you want your ass validating. But all I will do is go and make shit noises out of my ass all over your ass. Those shit noises, Rick, are all for you, brother. You deserve every single one of them. Hello, Marky. Welcome to the chat. Am I 6 weeks back in time on my English refugee videos? No, it can't still be 6 weeks because I've been sharing 2 a day for 7 days now with the intention of doing that until I get back up to date. I need to release another 15 videos on Patreon, and then my Patreons will be totally up to date. I still haven't edited those last 2 videos I need to edit. I've just been doing loads of content with Lee the last 24 hours, so I haven't managed to edit in the English refugees. It's really hard because I'm very bad at timescales, but basically, okay, so if I've got that many videos and I'm sharing twice a day, yeah, in 20 days, we should be up to date. In 3 weeks, we should be up to date, which probably means the content is about 6 weeks behind, 5 weeks behind, I think now. But in 3 weeks, I should be sharing and plan to be sharing, and all being well, will be sharing yesterday's video. So it'll be bang up to date. And then the lives will make more sense because you'll literally see what's happening in my life, and then we can talk about it rather than talking about stuff that's happened 6 weeks ago. That's crap. Tom Greatorex will make more sense because you'll see on English Refugee, you'll see the practical and the play out of the practical in a dramatic fashion. And then you'll see on Tom Greatorex, if you wish, to the deeper insights and the psychology behind the drama. So everything will be so much better. I'm really looking forward to being up to date. And obviously it's a big milestone for me because it's me letting go of the last bits of fear that were created, well, that have always been in me, but were brought up as a gift by the demon who I brought into my life to bring this up. But on a 3D level, the last bits of fear of the PSYOP, but they're not really of the PSYOP. Obviously, they were always deep within me, and it was a gift for me to connect with the deep parts of my fear that needed loving and honoring and integrating or releasing, whatever it is. But yeah, it's a big step for me to bring the content up to date. It's like, you know, there's been a big fear around that ever since the PSYOP. So this is me really just letting go of that and becoming empowered and just being like, yeah, nothing can touch me, like, especially not some little social media rat. Even if he is possessed by some demon that's not even as powerful as me. Okay, Mr. Oh, I'm not doing names, fuck names. I'll only read names if people send money, and someone else has sent money, but we'll do this comment first. Tom, when you deal with noisy neighbors to the point of absolutely hating them, how do you control your anger and not get physical and seek revenge at a later date? Wow. So by not controlling my anger. It's not about controlling, it's about experiencing. Now, if you've got to a point where you've suppressed your anger so much it will come out as actual physical anger, then I seriously suggest you book into an ayahuasca retreat ASAP. You need to do some serious self-work. You need to really experience that anger in a safe setting. Ayahuasca will absolutely help you do that. If not ayahuasca, then consider a proper men's group. Look into Mankind projects. None of this Andy's Man's Club, Men in Sheds, none of that gay stuff, which has its place. I'm not knocking it, but it's like proper pleb level. You know, you're not going to get to express your anger there. So if you're serious about this, if you actually want the answer, then you need to go internal. You need to observe yourself. You need to feel your anger. You need to experience your anger. You need to connect ultimately with the inner child, your body, and where that anger is coming from. Obviously, your anger is covering up your love. And it's actually, from your ego's perspective, your anger is protecting you. But the last thing you want to do, like, obviously, it's a difficult one. Like, so in the mainstream right now, in society, yeah, you need to control your anger, but that's never going to solve it. And it's just going to end up manifesting into the big C. Because controlling it means suppressing it. It means not feeling it. It means not processing it. It means always letting it control you. And eventually this energy turns into disease. So you really need to look at this. Right, so just the last part of his sentence, and not get physical or seek revenge at a later date. So obviously that reflects on you that is something that occurs in your life. Now, I don't say this with any judgment, this is just the truth. I can't relate to that. I can't relate to that last sentence. If I go back 15 years, I can maybe relate to a part of me that would seek revenge, but it's not a part of me that's ever been acted upon. I guess because I'm not that traumatized. Because, you know, my trauma was relatively light. That's not really true. It's not about the story. Okay, repressed is a better word than trauma. I was not that repressed. And this isn't judgment. You know, if you are that repressed, it means, you know, something really terrible has happened to you, and therefore you've had to repress all those awful feelings. Like, I really feel for you. I totally sympathize with you. I'm not judging you in any ways. I'm just speaking into the reality. So I've never, obviously I would have felt like, I'd love to punch him in the face. And maybe it's because I was always the weak guy. Like, look at the size of my arms. I'm not a fighter. So maybe this option just wasn't available to me. If I was 6'5" and built, then I would have probably leaned into this a lot more. If I was Shug, I'd definitely have leaned into it more if I was Shug, because clearly he gets very angry very easily. Just switch those lights off now. So the assumption that you make onto me, the projection, which again, I totally understand, I'm not criticizing you for, it's just how the human psyche works when it's not being observed and is still controlling you, your ego, your mind, that I would feel a need to get physical or seek revenge. So there's, in present day Tom, there is no part of Tom that seeks revenge. It doesn't even come up. Like, the idea that that could somehow make the situation better. You get to a point on this journey where everything is just a reflection. Everything is for you. Everything is an offering for you, and everything is an opportunity to go deeper. So I could either do this, go in and observe myself like I have with Shug tonight. And I'm not saying there's no ego in the decision I've come to. I'm not saying that I'm totally right. I think I'm still probably projecting onto him and being defensive, as we'll find out when I chat about it with Lee on camera soon. But I'm doing this, and in doing this, there might be a bit of that, oh, Shug's got offended too easily. But ultimately, I'm doing this. Like, what does this reflect in me? Is there anything I need to change about myself? Oh, actually, I'm not fully aligned with truth, or I'm not fully aligned, would be a better sentence, with myself, which you could call truth. Because I said something that I didn't mean, and that's not true. And so then I go into, well, is it worth it for the showmanship and the entertainment when I'm clearly joking? And that's where my ego allows me to maybe say it's Shug's fault and not take responsibility. I'm almost certain when I do my video with Lee that I will be taking full responsibility for this, because he'll help me see things that I can't, as I'm now trying to do for you. So if revenge even comes up, that's such a counterintuitive, insane coping mechanism. There is no world in which revenge is going to make anything better, other than your ego needing to be justified. So how someone punches you, how does punching them back make it better? And I know your ego is going to be going, oh, well, you're not a man. It's going to be going into all sorts of stories. But it doesn't make anything better. I'll just check that's not Debbie or it's Lee. What does Lee want? Do you fancy tech support? Do you fancy tech support, you scrapey, chaired technophobe? Yeah, sure, mate. Do you want to come up? Do you want to join the live stream? Or either come up and sort out my technology and be my bitch, or come up and join the live stream and trigger all these people with your wisdom. Whichever you prefer, my friend. So I assume you're watching the stream, but I'll just put yes, just in case. But of course you're watching the stream. Okay, so I think Lee is about to enter the stage. I think I might have finished with this. So the answer is I don't need to. It doesn't even come up in me. There's no desire to get physical. That's partly because I'm a pussy, but it's also because I know it doesn't lead anywhere. Revenge is such a low vibration. It just doesn't even come up. However, there has been a time in my life where it does. And to answer your question, how did I sort that out? I drank ayahuasca and I joined a men's group. Check out Mankind Project. Honestly, mate, you can't keep living like this. For you, there's no judgment in this. If you want to better yourself, deepen, have a better life experience, and not die of a big C, then you have to do something about this. And I think the best suggestions would be ayahuasca or Mankind Project. Also, breathwork would be interesting for you. And of course, meditation, but you're not going to be ready for meditation if you haven't done any of those other things. So there's no point mentioning that. I'm not the Awakened Babe that has never actually done any self-work, so just recommends meditation to everyone, even though he's never even meditated. Dao, D-A-O, as in the Tao, Taoism, or Taoism. I don't know if they're different things, but they're basically the same. To a pleb like me, they're the same. So this is Lee, that there, Tao. Well, replace the T with a Tao, with a D, and you've got it. Guess the new cam wasn't working quite yet. Yeah. Well, it was working, but anyway, I think he's going to come up. Hopefully he's going to come up, and hopefully he's going to join us on our live stream. So I feel like maybe, obviously I like the background. I like you guys to see the background. I think it's nice. But I feel like actually it would be better quality if I was sat on that side. So you would see the kitchen, which is not as good. But I think I would be more lit up. I feel like I'm really washed out right now. Yeah. I'm very aware of that. I think it's funny. So what I really like doing is doing things that other people would never do out of shame. I really like displaying not living in shame. I think that's really powerful. I think it's really important. I think, sorry, I thought I'd got another donation. I think it's a great teaching. You know, I think it's a permission giving, and I don't mean that as in like, I give you permission, but when you see others doing things, one then gives themselves permission to try it themselves. And living in shame is just ridiculous. Like, we all shit. Okay, maybe not everyone shits like I do and makes noises like that, but even more so, even more why I'd want to share it. You know, people live in such shame and such repression. Like, if I can be any part of chipping away at that, then of course. Come on, Lee, get up here. Do they think they're making any sort of point? Do they think, like, the thing is, people that write stuff like this, basically just insults, they get insulted by everything. And obviously we can only perceive from our current level of perception, and we project that onto others. So they assume that I'm going to get upset by that. They have no perspective of the journey of being a YouTuber, and let's just say the thick skin you have to develop. It's not actually that. It's, you know, it's more like the journey you have to go on of letting go and all that. But let's just say the thick skin that you develop. Hello, sir. Welcome to the stream.
Good morning, bro.
Do you think you can entertain them while I go and squirt out of my ass?
No.
Are you here for just technicals, or are you joining us? Yeah.
Oh, you wanted to put that?
Right, so yeah, but people have pointed out that actually the speaker on the camera would have been enough, maybe. Not speaker, microphone.
Camera mic's all right.
The what, sorry?
Camera mic's all right.
Yeah, so I maybe don't need this.
It's better.
Right, so obviously I couldn't fit, you can see what the problem was, can't you? And then I tried to jam it into this one, but it didn't work.
Well, you keep talking for a minute.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
All right, so Lee's just managed to plug it in and have the speaker and everything. So now if I, this is Lee, everyone, if you haven't met him before. So now if I click on this, what, it's not an option, is it not on?
Should be on. You green. Is it not on there?
No, it's literally just giving, hang on. It's just giving the Osmo. Now maybe I need to unplug the Osmo.
No.
Does settings help? Does this help? Oh, here we go, Ugreen.
Oh.
Oh, look at that, baby. Wow, that's so much, mate, that's so much better than even the Osmo.
Yeah, now you're going to have to sit back a bit, bro.
Yeah, that could be an issue, but let's try it. Right, let's just get rid of the Osmo. Nothing bad should happen. We can put that down.
So I don't know. That's got too much light behind you.
Well, this is what I was just discussing with them, but I like the background. I don't like the kitchen isn't as good a background. He's just going to kill the background anyway, but I suppose it is worth it for camera looking good. I think that's worse. I think I'm shadowy now. Oh, actually, it didn't make as much difference as I thought.
I think you better stop turning it round, because I think you need to be watching that. It's almost
Yeah, I mean, that's just way too much for me at the moment, mate. So he's referring to the TV. Should we sit on the sofa?
And then you're going to read the comments unless you've got go gadget eyes.
What do you mean? Because I'm too far away?
Can you see the comments?
No, it's more challenging, and I'm having to lean forward and fuck my posture up.
So you might want to leave that DJI on until we get the aspect ratios right on this camera, so that it's got more of a picture.
I've just taken it off of its stand, mate.
Well, I mean, it's pretty good with you on there. It just hasn't got us both.
Yeah, so come and sit next to me and hold my hand.
Let's get that close, mate. Right, come on then.
Right, I need to go and get another cushion. Now, what about a microphone for you, Lee? What about popping that on?
Nobody will be able to hear me.
Why? Without the microphone, you mean?
Yeah, because it would probably be going through yours. The actual
Well, they both hook up to this.
no, this will, yes, but when,
Yeah.
when you've gone in there, they wouldn't be able to hear me.
Oh yeah, have you clicked the button? Oh yeah, no, it's fully green. That's good. Yep.
But that camera has got a reasonable mic on it,
Right.
so you might not need these, but it doesn't matter because it fits.
Yeah. So the whole thing was just me being an idiot. You won't be surprised to hear. But I think we've got some more love. We've got another 2 from the third donation from Shepperson Studios. It was nice watching the dormice behind you. Yeah, I love that. I love that. I think that's really important. So do get your feedback on this angle compared to the last angle. Is it better camera-wise? If it is better camera-wise, is it worth not having it as good camera-wise to have that background? That's my feeling on it. But I love skies.
I'm quite, yeah. We'll have to work it out. Teething problems, guys, on the tech, but I'm trying to get his face more.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get there, mate. I'm sure we'll get there.
I would say pretty, but that's
Clearer.
that's going to take some fucking doing, right?
I think I'm a solid 7 out of 10. A solid 6, pushing a 7. I bet you were quite good looking in your day.
I don't know, bro.
You're not bad now for an oldie.
An oldie.
Yeah, get your feedback in on how you think it should be positioned. I'm really interested. I agree. I think I love the fact that my lives start in the dark and you get to see the sunrise. I think that's really cool. I would like to continue that. Yeah, this is really bad for my posture.
There was a comment about putting a rug under the chair.
Well, that's stop. So you've heard all the scraping last night?
You've been reading the English Refugee channel, haven't you? And not the Tom Greatrix one. So
I think I'm reading them all. Am I not reading them all? I think
do that, and
this misses them all together, I think.
You're about an hour behind on the comments, but all good. So yeah, it's all audible.
Yeah.
It can be heard.
So last night I was like, I just knew I was taking the piss, but I was going to check with you. And
I was asleep, so it doesn't really matter. But I was.
What, even at, I'm talking like 8 p.m.?
No, but that.
Yeah, that's all it was.
That's not too much, but it's when you move it a bit more.
Yeah. So if it's more than half a foot, it's
Yeah.
No, mate, I totally know. I hate that noise.
It's not loud,
But it's enough to just take you out of presence, or for me it would be. Obviously not for fucking, not for the cave guru.
If you were downstairs and you were listening to it, you'd probably be kicking off. And,
Oh, I'd be fucking banging on your door and screaming.
Yeah.
Why has it done that? Right, so since you fucked around with my laptop, now I have to do this to use these buttons. It's terrible. I have to press a whole button.
Now you can see. Let there be light.
Let there be light. Matt, I bet you have not sorted your brakes out on your scooter yet. Well, actually, that scooter... No, I never sorted the brakes out. You're dead right. But that scooter has gone back, and I'm no longer in Vietnam. In 4 weeks, this channel, English Refugee, will be up to date with my present life, so we'll no longer have this disparity. And we will, you know, stuff like that will be speaking into what you saw yesterday, so it'll be much better. But no, the brakes never got fixed. I drove, and bearing in mind I lived in Nam Ban for the last 5 days, so I drove 20 kilometers a day on a bike with no brakes. It was very stupid.
I've got some good news for you.
Go on.
If you want it. You don't need to use StreamYard anymore.
Really? Is that what OBS is going to replace? That's amazing, because it's like 30 quid a month.
Yeah, so we can get rid of that and make this stream better.
Great, I can do the little shadow man thing that you do.
You want that, do you?
Oh yeah, I like that.
Thanos.
And all, Thanatos, that's what it is, yeah.
No, and you can get the comments you can make all pretty, so and make them bigger. So on the screen you can do all of that sort of stuff with it. Loads of that. And it will look.
And it can stream to multiple platforms?
It can, from your laptop, it can stream to 2. We can possibly get 3 out of it, but we got limited upload speeds. But if we did it off somewhere else, we can stream to everything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind spending a bit. So StreamYard, I can do 8 platforms if I spend, I think it's $30 a month. I think I'm currently on 25 and it's 3 platforms.
Yeah, we can do loads. We can do it all the other way around on OBS.
Great.
The thing you've got to get past is your technophobia.
Yeah.
You've got to get a little bit like,
yeah.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but it's coming. I totally appreciate that. I've never witnessed, Spike, I've never witnessed such a live stream. Where is Mohican? Even that enlightened fella had one sorted.
Sort of. It's a bit thin.
So, I presumably you were the guy that said I should get Mohican, Cambodians love them. I don't think that's true. I think what Cambodians are, Lee will speak into his experience in a minute with having a sort of old man Mohican. I think Cambodians are very polite and are very smiley and will definitely chuckle along with you if you have a Mohican. But definitely, and like, yeah, you'll get attention and all that. But not a single Cambodian has a Mohican. So I don't think culturally for them it's very acceptable or something they would do. Now they do obviously realize that we're completely different and we're the crazy white guys. So those standards don't necessarily apply to us. But I don't think what you said in your original comment that Cambodians love them. Now, if you're speaking from life experience, I think you'll be speaking from like, you got pissed in, say, on Pub Street and a load of people were like, hey, Mohican, yeah. Like, yeah, of course. But in terms of like living here as a way and in terms of connecting with the Cambodian people, I think that's only going to help you connect with the worst ones. Thoughts on that, Lee? Well, I shit.
It's... The Cambodian are, the people around here, the Khmer, are very quiet. So unusual things, but it's not really quiet. It's more like calm. So having something that stands out is kind of like weird. And although I've sort of got something similar, it's not really a mohawk. You wouldn't see it as that or anything like that. And I spent so many years with it being bald, my head being shaved, that it just was a bit of fun. So it's this doesn't impact anybody, but in a way, if Tom did it with the dark hair, it would, and plenty of it, it wouldn't be seen as, how would I say it? It would be seen as extravagant almost. And you get some that would smile. Well, everybody would smile. They all just smile anyway. But it wouldn't be like embraced as something that's, oh, that's what we'd all like to do kind of thing here. I don't think at all. I think it's even like talking loudly or arguing or shouting at each other here is seen as wrong or not something you don't do. If somebody was saying the other day, it's like if you order a meal here and the food turns up and it's wrong, most wouldn't even say anything because they don't want to offend the chef. It's just a mistake. What does it matter? And it's that kind of environment. It's anything that's a little bit different, anything that's a little bit out there or wacky. It's not really something they embrace. They won't reject it, but it's not something that they're looking for as in my own opinion, in my experience here anyway. So that's what I'd say.
Yeah, that's. I feel like that's what I said, but wiser worded. Oh wow, it's been an incredible chat tonight in terms of donations. So again, Shepperson. So Shepperson is using the chat, the donation, the super chats perfectly, basically to get my attention. You know, as Leah said, I'm an hour behind with the chat, and I don't see any other way of live streaming. I think you have to stay with the chat, otherwise none of it makes sense. But of course, if you want a question answering now, or you want to make an observation now, or you want some attention now, chuck a couple of quid in. Lee's beard is epic. Buy him a coffee with this. You don't drink coffee, do you, mate?
No.
Why don't you drink coffee?
I used to drink a lot of it. And for some reason I went to tea. Why did I go to tea? Jesus, that was a long time ago. I've got no idea. So coffee now just tastes...
So it wasn't, I assumed you learned that it's really bad for your nervous system and thought, oh, I'm going to stop drinking that. But it wasn't even that conscious. It just happened naturally.
Yeah, so it could be, but I didn't think about it. So it could be that, hang on, you're drinking too much coffee, son. Get onto the tea. But it wasn't a conscious decision.
Right, all right. That's not what I expected. Because pretty much everyone I look up to, you know, so Nathan on Vibes and Frequency would be a good example. Doesn't drink coffee, and it comes when they've spoken into it. It comes from a realization of like what a drug it is, basically, and the effect it has on one's nervous system is massive.
I drank a lot of it when I was younger, and I didn't really feel that. And I don't, you know, if people are aware of that in themselves, then they can make a conscious decision. It wasn't that at all. And I'm just trying to think back how long ago this was. And I'm talking 15 years, 20 years probably, when I'm 15 years.
So that long since you've had any coffee?
Yeah.
Wow. And so you just have no desire now?
No, it's not like I stopped it or I miss it. Somebody will offer me a cup of coffee and have you got tea?
Yeah.
I don't know, bro.
So you feel like you prefer the taste of tea? It's not resistance to coffee. It's
no. And I'll have a cup every now and then. Every now and then.
Does it knock your tits off?
No. It doesn't touch the sides. It's just a cup of coffee.
Wow.
So the caffeine you're talking about in there, right? Yeah. No, I don't get a buzz off that. Never have done. And tea's got more caffeine in it than coffee.
Really?
But you have a lot less tea in the cup. Tea itself is more caffeinated than coffee. But you
have a lot less what in the cup?
You'll have a lot less quantity of it in the cup.
As in everything, so a lot less quantity of tea and caffeine.
Therefore caffeine.
Yeah,
but tea by definition is more caffeinated than coffee.
Right, interesting. Albert, my vet was really pissed off when I said I won't be jabbing. Albert, she said, oh, mine are jabbed, so obviously it's safe. She said, we will agree to disagree, but remember, Albert is my dog. She just sighed. Well done, Albert. Well done. What's your actual name? Actually, Albert is fine. Yeah, fantastic. I've been through very similar experiences. It's a hard one. I won't say I love it, and I love watching beat twats. But actually, you feel like, if I'm honest, I feel anxiety over it. I feel the shame. I feel the programming. That society has instilled on me to be ashamed of saying to a vet, like, I'm not doing what you say, even though there's obviously a much bigger part of me that's like, you're satanic, F you. But it is amazing how much that conditioning still occurs. Bro, you did everything as it was supposed to. That kind of thinking will suppress you. Oh yeah, this is a problem with being behind on the chat. I don't know what you're referring to anymore. Right, let's go down the chat a bit. Oh god, I'm really behind.
Yeah.
Oh, let's just go to the bottom. And then go up from there. But this is the thing, it doesn't take, oh actually, yeah, it does take that long.
So you get an idea of how far down you
But
are.
the thing is now, there's no context for anything anyone said. There's less reason for people to super chat. So I don't know what the best thing to do is.
You're the premier YouTube streamer, dude.
I'm not though, am I?
What's the answers?
I think the answer is to stay with the chat. That's the only answer that I can come to.
Stay with it. What do you mean? Like you are?
Not go to the bottom. Yeah, sorry, that wasn't clear.
Yeah.
Not be at the bottom of the chat. Be reading comments in chronological order, which means I will inevitably be behind in the chat. So somebody who's becoming quite a favourite, Rachel, is in the house. We got a kitten in April and brought Willie back so he could see his dead body in order for him to process the death.
You've missed a lot of this, so let me take you back through it because I've been watching
This
it.
is the problem.
Rachel's lost
Gonna
her
get
19-year-old cat,
Right.
Wiley, I think. And there's a bit of a conversation about that.
Right.
And chair scraping.
I think this proves that you can't go to the bottom of the chat.
You shouldn't have done.
No,
Well, what's the point unless you're going to start from there?
Yeah.
So all you got to do is move down quicker through the bits that you can read.
Yeah, but it's really difficult, man. Especially if, like, there might be a comment that I riff on for 20 minutes.
Yeah, and then you read down quicker through the bits you don't need to comment on.
But inevitably there'll be something in there that, I mean, I'd like to get to a point where I just respond to super chats. Yeah, for every reason.
You're fucking diva.
Well, it's looking like we're getting
I'm only going to respond to you if you pay me.
Yeah, exactly. But also, it would get rid of this whole problem.
Well, it would.
I think we're getting to the point where, you know, bearing in mind I riff on average probably for 10 minutes on each comment, or 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, if we just doubled the number of super chats, then I wouldn't have time for anything.
Well, I think you better chat with your audience about that.
What do you think, audience? You want to send me more money?
Chat. That's it. If you want me to reply to you, you got to pay me. Yeah. Okay.
What do you think about that, guys? Okay. Oh God, look at him. He's such an attention whore. But he thinks that I'm also an attention whore. So basically, Rick Heskey has no sense of alignment. He has no sense of purpose. He has no sense of working for the good. So he still comes from scarcity, from survival, from faking it till you make it. So he obviously projects onto me that I should value Not Today Satan over the other two channels because Not Today Satan has 40,000 subs and makes more money and gets more attention in his words. This is his silly projection. What happened to the channel that actually got your attention, Not Today Satan? As an enlightened individual, you now look down on that channel as underneath you. Yeah, you could word it like that if you want. I work to purpose, and I do what is for the greater good as much as I can in that present moment. Not Today Satan is not for the greater good. English Refugee isn't really for the greater good. It's entertaining and maybe inspiring to some individuals who are courageous enough to break out of enslavement.
Really?
But really, Tom Greatflex is what helps people. The people that are ready. So I'm absolutely not talking about you, Vic. You just want to stay in the dopamine hits, in the external. You're not ready to feel yourself. You're not ready to deepen. However, you are listening to the stream, so there is definitely a part of you who's ready. Where's the ashtray?
Not Today Satan is.
The coconut's the ashtray, mate.
Not Today Satan was a stepping stone.
Yeah.
So to say it's beneath is not true.
Yeah.
To say it's outgrown, yeah, but that's like clothes. The clothes you outgrow, they're not beneath you. You don't rise above them. You grow out of them. So it's almost like that with it. I would have thought, not not in a way of demeaning it or putting it down or demeaning any of what its content was. It had a place, it had a position, it had a time.
Very proud of what I did.
Right, very, and like your clothes that you felt comfortable in. But then they know, you know, they move on. So it's no, I see what Rick's saying now, and I think Rick's looking at it from a place of trying to find a fault.
Yeah.
Call it what you will.
He's going to fault himself.
Yeah, okay, but it's not that. People, if people see it for what it actually is, rather than projecting onto it, then that's all it's about.
Yeah.
It was a place in time.
But we can't do anything except project.
And the better thing about it is other people will step in as Tom grows out of it. A new one will step into that area, and they will experience that place in time. So it's like organic growth.
Yeah. Maybe it could be you, Rick, seeing as you've got 5.5 million views speaking about small hats. Apparently, even though we're not sure if you're a show, if we call you back, you get very triggered and defensive, even though we never called you back anyway, but me. So, Shepperson, again, the person who uses the super chats in a way it's supposed to be used, in my opinion, other than also giving £50 donations, I can't part, of course, don't stop doing that. But if it was me, I would, if I was going to donate a tenner, I would do it in £2 comments. This is exactly what I would do. Only responding to super chats is the way forward. I agree, and thank you for giving me the confidence to lead into that with all of your super chats. I don't feel you need to smoke out there if you don't. No problem for me.
Only responded to super chats. You've reached stardom.
Oh my God, mate! What a level that is! What a level that is! We're not quite there.
The only way is up. No, that's your friend, isn't it? That's your friend. No, those things can only get better. That was Yaz. No, things can only get better.
For you and me now. Okay, so Rachel's banging on about a cat. Let's try and get down the chat a bit more. It's always worth reading Zoe's comments. When I was a child, what's now called ADHD was observed as high-spirited child. Beautiful. That's so much more true. Alive. Sometimes as a bit of a handful, but primarily it was personal training. Yeah, me too. How old are you, Zoe? So I'm 40. In my school, in my year, there was one kid on Ritalin.
Ritalin, Jesus.
Awful stuff. And he was bouncing off the walls. He was smashing shit up. He actually turned out, I met him 2 years ago. He's turned out to be, a managing director of a company, doing really well, full of personality. Personality is the wrong word. Real true character. Fantastic guy, my kind of guy, love him. After him, I was the second craziest kid in the year, and I wasn't put on drugs. So that just shows the difference. Like now, 50% of the year would be on drugs. Like even the kids who were classed as good in my day would be on, some sort of pharmaceutical. Oh my God, hot hearts, man, they're incredible. This will be my best ever live stream financially, mate. Oh gosh, that's distracted me. But don't let it stop you, keep them coming. Yeah, it's amazing how much has changed. Basically now, if you speak in a classroom, you'll be put on some sort of pharmaceutical. It has changed dramatically. Heart of Hearts, you are incredible. Heart of Hearts, the wonderful woman that we love very much, has, this is for you, Lee. Tom, please buy Lee a few teas. I shall do. I will buy Lee a pack of. You were saying, but
it is Lipton's.
It is Lipton.
Yeah.
So you shared a funny story about how when you went to Sri Lanka and.
I was right by the Lipton tea when they were growing the tea and you couldn't buy it. It was mental. In Sri Lanka, the whole world is upside down.
So you can buy it in Cambodia, but it's pretty extortionate.
It was. I mean, this is how much it's gone up here. It was $4.50 here a year ago, and now it's $7. Same stuff. Does it need to be? No.
Yeah, you go to Sri Lanka and you can't even buy it.
No. Right next to the.
In Burton.
What would they call it? A farm? I don't know. Thank you, Hart. Thank you. You're so kind.
We like. How was your tug over your membership? Did you enjoy it? Herman Matossa is he's the only one of the 20 members that comments and gets involved that got gifted a membership by Keeping It Real 420 on either last live stream or 2 live streams ago. Gifted 20 people a membership.
Did you work out how much it was?
No. I mean, I assume it's 20 times $2.99. But maybe they get a discount. I could look at the analytics. I'll try and find out. It's interesting. But Herman is the only one that's actually using the membership and getting my attention through his green name. I've decided I'm not adding them to the thank you screen. It's just too, because none of them are going to keep it. So it's just too much editing. Zoe, we've already read that. Yeah. Paranoid one more when he left school. Yeah, because, you know, there's nothing, they're not teaching you anything in school, they're just brainwashing you and taking you away.
We were fortunate, I guess, when I was younger, my 15 years older than Tom, that we didn't have to go to school because nobody knew whether we were there or not. That was quite a fortunate time. So
what do you mean nobody knew? The teachers must have known.
I spent about the best part of 18 months. I got stopped by the deputy head one day for turning up to play, to be in a photo of a school team. I hadn't been there for 6 months, and I turned up to be in a photo. He came and said hello to me.
So he said basically you're not here enough to be in a photo.
I turned up in the morning and then left. And that was all they needed to know. But nobody bothered to check. It was a bit like this the whole time then, was nobody bothered to check up on you. So you could turn up somewhere and then leave, and they thought you were there all day. And the teachers didn't care. Mm-hmm. Nobody cared. But then all of a sudden it got into this really strict, you've got to be there, they're checking you there and everything else.
Criminal offence now if your child doesn't go to school. Yeah. I was just before the criminal offence stuff, and I went to school whenever I wanted. I never turned up for registration. I was just like, why am I going to get there 15 minutes before the lesson starts? And I'd only turn up to lessons that I thought were important.
So you still got away with it a bit then?
Yeah, my attendance at A-level was 17%. My attendance at GCSE, I don't know the percentage, but it was, you know, the last year of GCSE, it can't have been more than 50%. I just did what I wanted, and I was like, well, you can expel me if it's a problem. And they were like, oh, well, no, we're not going to do that. So I was like, well, I win. So yeah, I just turned up whenever I wanted. Scott misses Not Today Satan. It feels like ages ago now. So I'm going to put it back up on the 15th of this month. So what's that, a week, something like that. And then we'll see what happens. I don't know quite what I'm going to do with it. I will definitely do something with it. There's no reason why I can't do, you know, like what Gareth Icke does. You know, something very similar to that, I think, where I just speak into things from a bit of an observational perspective. But he doesn't use clips.
You could do it with a different energy. That's the only thing.
Yeah. But that's the energy I have now. I can't do it any other way.
Yeah, but it'll come across slightly differently because you won't be as aggressive.
And in the fear of it, and
like it's real.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be as real to you as anymore. So, but you can still do it from another place. It just depends on how it's going to be received.
Yeah. So if we could get this camera to zoom out, then I could have it closer. Couldn't I? That's what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, we just got to change some ratios on it, and I'm not going to do that midstream.
No. That would be great. Albus's opinion on Not Today Satan. It gave her a giggle because of Tom's way of describing things, but I can't imagine how damaging to your mind it would be to spend so much time on X to get the information. Yeah, so today actually, I kind of changed that story a little bit.
What's these?
So they're like, if I want to share this, so if I had a guest on.
It's guests, right? It doesn't change aspect ratios.
Usually it changes, so you know, that's just changed something. But yeah, it's all, you know.
All right.
Right, so I think again, this is all about perspective and where you're at, and Lee will confirm whether that's true or not in a minute. So when I used to be on X, I used to be of the fear of what we just spoke into that allowed me to create the type of content I did, as in, like, let's just say I thought it was real. Like, I could break down all the nuances of that, but we'll be here forever. So let's just say I thought it was real. And therefore, I was in the fear, I was in the reaction, and yes, what you're referring to, Albus, was happening. It was not good for my mental health. However, yesterday I spent about 20 minutes on X, and I really enjoyed it. It was just like observing insanity, but almost, this is going to piss some people off, but like almost comical. Like, and I'm not saying that it is comical. Like if you're coming from a perspective where all this is real and it's on your doorstep, then of course it's not comical. But I'm coming from a perspective of detachment, both physically, the fact I live in Cambodia, and energetically. And now I'm just seeing it as the show that it is. And I didn't feel any energetic drop from going on X. So actually, I think I could, not the amount of time I used to spend, because I don't need to, because I'm not looking for that escape through X anymore. It's just like an observation tool now, a form of entertainment, I suppose. And so yeah, I think I could actually spend enough time on Not Today Satan, which is 20 minutes for each video, so probably only 40 minutes a week, or if I do one every day, 20 minutes a day. I probably will try and do one every day. 20 minutes a day. I don't think it's going to affect me too much. What do you think about that?
When you're not absorbing it.
Here we go. Here's a clever word.
When you're not absorbing it, when you're not feeling it, when you're not emotionally connected to it, Tom called it detached, but really it's an emotional connection. So when it's not resonating with you on a level of fear, then it's just information. And, and it's almost like looking for, it's what's next, almost, as opposed to, oh, look, rather than you being in it, you're in the audience. So it becomes less of a pull. It doesn't get into your mind. It becomes just a data point. But that's part of the journey with all of this, is can you observe without absorbing that negativity? Because it's not really negative unless you're involved in it. All of this becomes paradoxical. And I think what Tom said is exactly right. And the way he's seeing it is exactly right with this now. A couple of weeks ago, sit and watch X, it would affect him mentally. A couple of weeks later, sit and watch X, and it's got nothing, almost like comedic, in a way that is not necessarily demeaning anybody that's still in it. It's understanding it as opposed to being afraid of it.
Beautiful. It's good, isn't it? Can you see why I have pedestal in?
Don't.
It's so unfair to oh my god, look at this mate, they're all coming in there.
Don't do that.
It's so unfair to pedestal someone. As you've seen with Jeroen, I pedestaled him, and now that I've seen through the reasons I pedestaled him, that's nothing against Jeroen because I did it, and now I'm like, get down, which obviously is positive in some ways, but it's too much, and it's unfair on him. Because I put him up there, and now I'm like, dragging him down. Whereas really, if I'd never done that, it would just be like, here's
you're looking for faults in him now.
Yeah, exactly. Because I pedestaled him.
No, because you couldn't see them before.
Yeah, and I'm embarrassed about that.
Right. So now you're taking it out on him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Like they weren't always there.
Yes.
So
as if he pulled the wool over my eye, which
right.
He kind of did. Like he did kind of try and pretend he was a 12-dimensional being and a teacher.
Well, maybe he is.
Well, he certainly thinks he is.
Well, that's good
enough. It wasn't a lie.
But you believed him.
I believed him, yes.
So you fooled yourself in believing him. Yes. You wanted him to be that, right?
Yes.
So, all right, happy days. And now you think, hold on, you've got some, I can see a little bit further.
Yeah.
You're trying to knock him down a little bit. You'll fall.
Well, he's fallen completely, but it feels harsh in the way I speak about him. Doesn't feel.
Oh, I don't think so. It's just the reactivity. It's a reaction to your reaction.
So real credit to Jeroen here. He sent me. Maybe I should do that. But he basically sent me some text saying. Let me just remind myself. I won't actually read out his text. I might read out his text. I think so. Yeah, you shouldn't mind me reading this out. We're seeing this side of you, first kicking me down while I'm already struggling, And now this huge change of / boosting confidence in your latest videos. It looks good, but it feels bad. I'm not sure why. I sent him this back. Hang on.
Yeah, my anger's really coming up, so I don't feel like I've experienced anger externally for a while. I don't think it's yes, there's at least some communication with part of it, but then it's not, yeah, I was like a builder, but I suppose I was just maybe some ups and downs, seeing it. I mean, over the last 3 days, I've snapped at 3 people.
What's your mic?
You know, just
Shit.
and you know, there's no doubt that
I'm not going to have heard any of that, are you?
or I'm leading into shining a lot brighter. So I feel like I've some layers, you know, I've got to go into the darkness to clear some layers that you know, to correspond with that on the spectrum. So there's definitely something going on. So I've resorted to, rather than feeling it all and surrendering, I've resorted to smoking. But this time there isn't any shame with it. I know exactly why I'm doing it. I can observe it all. I can see the benefits of it. So yeah, I can see that, you know, I'm still avoiding, even when I'm sober, I still can't be with myself. Hence all this mega content creation. But it gets too much, and then you know, the energy tips over. Like, it's fantastic, it's amazing energy, but it tips over, and I can't hold it. So the last 2 days I've been back to smoking, but it's so beautiful. But then I lose all the productive energy. But yeah, just being with it all. So yeah, of course.
This is interesting.
I'm not sure why I felt a need to. I mean, Alex came up on the feed. It's not like I went on YouTube just like you. Oh, slag off is not just stupid to speak into my thoughts, maybe projections or truths around you. You know, it came up organically, and I just said what I think. And also, don't forget, I'm there, I'm entertaining, I'm trying to find stuff to talk about. But, you know, I don't think I said anything that to me isn't true. But I can understand why it's hard to hear for you. And I'm totally happy if it's projection. But then, you know, I think a lot of it was just observational, factual stuff. But yeah, I'm here to work through anything with you, man. Sending you lots of love. I hope your transition is going, well, as it should.
So he's just moved from Bali back to his homeland. He hasn't responded. That was 4 days ago. So that's where we're at with that. I really should have got this by now. Shepperton Studios is back again using the super chat as one should. Reading social media and comments requires you to cut the silver. Oh, this one, mate, she's talking about silver cords. This is your kind of stuff. Reading social media and comments requires you to cut the silver cord that ties you to those opinions. Once you do that, you can breathe and you're free. That's proper wisdom, right?
Silver cords, whatever you wish. Yeah, that's fine. Once you're not attached to them, so cut the cords. Fine, silver cords, we can call them. Perhaps he's got more insight in that area than I have with regards to giving them a colour.
I feel like this is a she.
Or she. Shepperton.
I don't know, but I just get a she feeling. I think it's just because the super generous ones are always she's.
I'm good with either way, you know. I'm not going to argue about colours. But yes, we were talking about cords with regards to your man, weren't we, at the fish and chip shop?
Yeah.
Today, but you'll hear about that in probably 7 weeks.
No, that's going to be on Tom Green's Mix in 4 days.
But yeah, so that disattachment, I call it determination. And people won't necessarily understand that, but when you terminate something, it's a finish. It's like a terminus. So you determinate. So you reset your connections. So cutting cords is one of those things. Disattaching, but you're still attached, but you're not attached in the same way. So you determinate.
Oh my God, I just love what this man does with words. So is that the real meaning of determination? Is determinate rather than I'm determined?
It can be used both ways. But it's in reviewing the word and realigning the word, then you can use it however you want. Use determination. Go on, that's willpower, right? But you can also look at it as disconnecting terminations. So where you were connected to it, you determinate and re-terminate. So you put it back into your heart, basically, and you're no longer attached to it. That way you don't absorb it. But yes, absolutely agree.
Oh shit! Sorry, Shepperton Studios. It's just because you're so generous. Not many men have such a big heart. So Lee's assumption was correct. And obviously, I only brought it up to try and honour you if you were a she. So yeah, thank you for letting us know. We will no longer ever call you a she again. We will not insult you that way.
Subliminally, I knew.
So just to confirm, everyone, the incredible Shepperton Studios is a man.
A fella.
A fella. Thank you for all that you are, Shepperton. If you would, I would like to call you by your name if you can let me know what that is, but no worries if
North
not.
London.
Is it an area, Shepperton?
I'm thinking it's or is it northwest London? I did do a lot of stuff down there with it. Oh, what was down there? Was it Star Wars? Oh, I can't remember now. Or I think it was Star Wars. I'm sure that was Shepperton Studios.
Right, interesting. Tell us more, Shepperton. So it seems like Rick was a thing. Rick, still part of GTV. So Rick obviously has been a speaker, which I just find amazing because he's clearly very R-word. Oh my God, Rick, just go then. No one is a prisoner here. Yeah, that's kind of my feeling, Debbie. Except he just chuck in the twos, so.
That was a while ago.
I know. What can I do? I'm doing what I can, though. We tried going to the bottom and it just fucks up the stream.
No, I get that.
I am going faster. I am going faster.
But you're talking about things that were a while ago.
Me funny. Yeah, but there's no other way.
I don't think I saw Rick afterwards. So Rick's gone, so that's all pointless.
Okay. Well, I'm not speaking to him. I'm just speaking to a chat about him. And we can still take the piss out of him. Graham is totally mental, but Tom is just something else in the best way possible. I'm not sure who Graham is. I guess we're talking about this guy. But I want to try and get through the chat a bit faster, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Right, we're making progress now. We really are getting through the chat.
Just a minute, lead.
You are?
To anybody that did say hello.
Oh, already? I wouldn't have thought we got to that part of the chat. Yeah, you're right. There's lots of stuff that I can just scroll through. Like most of it is. Oh, okay, so now we're on the coffee. So this isn't too far. This is only half an hour now. We're talking about coffee.
Only 4 weeks.
Half an hour. Where did you get 4 weeks from?
No, I'm taking the piss out of your videos.
Yeah, I know you fucking are, you cunt.
Yeah.
Okay. You got your next bit, right, so Zoe, who is very aligned and very wise and has never ever said anything I disagree with, and has a family full of builders, which obviously just says so much about them.
Wise people drink tea.
And build things.
And build things. And aren't technical.
So when the shit hits the fan, I'm fucked. Because I have no real skills of entertaining people, potentially. But that's not going to matter when we're all in survival. If that occurs, I don't think this man would agree with any of that. But because he's like, you know, sees positivity ahead, to put it simply.
Eventually. I'm looking forward to whatever happens, because either way, it's gonna come out the right way. So if it all collapses, then we'll build it. Yeah. See, I've got no fear of that either, because I spent my life doing that.
Yeah.
So you might be technophobic and pointless, but there's ones around you that had.
And Zoe's family are some of those ones. My understanding is that literally everyone in Zoe's family is a tradesperson, which is just, yeah, super cool. Real, it's real.
I don't mean pointless, obviously.
What's this? A gathering of hippies?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
We need to get Chris involved.
No. At least we can speak.
That's the useless landlord who you're going to see a lot of soon. My Patreon members already know who he is.
Hippies.
Yeah, you don't need to apologise, mate. I don't get offended by silliness. Somebody is apologising for calling me a noob. Thank you for the apology, but it's, yeah, it is appreciated, but it makes no difference to how I feel. Rachel, Lee is right. Please scroll up to my first comment about how, no, I'm not scrolling up to your first comment, Rachel. If it's any good, put it again, but I'm not going to be like, oh, what was Rachel saying about her cats? Like, no, I'm not that bothered. I'd send you sympathy and love and whatever you need, but, you know, I'm not that interested.
It was a while ago.
It's my favourite person, or one of my favourites, definitely in the top 10. Lauren is in the chat, but she probably doesn't want to be spoken about because she doesn't dare put more than a heart in, so she probably doesn't actually want the attention. She's like, I'll support you from afar, but please, no, it's too much for me to actually write a comment. So the last thing she wants is for me to talk about her and put all the focus on her and her silly red hair. What do you think about that, Lauren? Love you, Lauren. Thanks for your support for the moment I started YouTube. So Lauren is the OG. You should all pay some respect to Lauren. She was my first ever shadow work client, and she is the longest standing YouTube subscriber I have. Closely followed by Walks and Talks in Thailand, who's a complete pleb, but we love him, and Hairy Biker in Thailand, who is nothing but great. And has actually just emailed me about giving me his second-hand phone. So super cool guy.
You got all this tech and you need another phone.
As a backup.
Right.
As a YouTuber, I think it's really good to have a backup phone. And my current backup phone is 10 years old and doesn't switch on.
Right.
And it would also help me with what you found out yesterday, where I watch all my videos over and over again. I don't actually watch them, but I play them. But actually, I didn't do that for months. I went into trust and I was like, I don't need to do this.
Four tabs.
With my own video.
4 tabs.
So, yeah.
And there may have been 5.
I think it was more than 4. But I seem to have super gone into it in this flat, and it's come about again through being organised and having space and just being like, well, why would I not do this?
You can watch yourself on big screen, eh?
No, I don't watch. Just to be clear, I don't watch. I play for the analytics.
I see. You're just playing them through. So you're
I wasn't watching any of it or wanking off to myself or anything like that.
Just
only on Sundays. No. It's purely for the analytics. You'll notice they were all muted, and I had another channel on that I was actually listening to. It wasn't my channel.
I did a video the other day that one with Amos, and in the first couple of hours it got 61 views, which is unusual, and then overnight it had 32 views. Which is very usual for YouTube. They tend to just completely change everything else. I actually replied to a comment on one of your videos, and that just got deleted.
Mate, I have like 3 words blocked, and the amount of comments on English Refugee, not on Tom Greatrex, it lets them all through. On English Refugee, somebody could put, I love what you're doing, Tom, I really support you, and it will block it.
Oh, it blocked it completely.
It's incredible.
It didn't even show up on my comments in my channel. So it just wiped it, like it didn't happen. But I had 61 views, and my analytics says 40 now, but the 61 stayed in the detail.
Oh yeah, but the analytics is always behind.
The analytics dropped. The analytics dropped by 30, and the analytics has gone up. But I don't know, mate. I smile at YouTube because I know it's not really YouTube doing it.
Yeah.
It's more than the algorithms, but for whatever reason.
But maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but there is also just the practical reality that the analytics is usually quite accurate, but when you click on the video, that's always behind.
It was contents and detail, not the analytics, it was the contents and details. So it was the top 2 tabs. The video, the content was showing 61 views, but the one above it was showing, it went to 32.
Do you mean dashboard?
Dashboard.
Yeah, the dashboard is usually more accurate than the content.
Yeah,
numbers.
So the content numbers went up to 61.
Oh, right.
And the dashboard was 61. And then overnight it became 32.
The dashboard?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bizarre. No, that's a glitch.
Yeah, it's a glitch, all right.
Yeah. Oh, somebody's tagging off Jeroen, I think. Oh, Albert. Right, so I think you're talking about dogs, but I would just want to say that I find briefs very cute over boxers. I like the bulge. But, you know, boxers are good too. Albert. Yeah, okay, so there's no comparison between Jeroen and Lee. Like, they are in very different places. I think to use the word knob, so Albert says, Jeroen was a total knob, Lee is the real deal. So the second half of that sentence, I totally agree with. About Lee, the first half about Jeroen, he's not a knob. He's a well-intentioned man who's struggling, who lives in scarcity, who is a bit lost and has created a load of spiritual stories to cope. You know, many people smoke stuff to cope. Many people work to cope. You know, we're all coping. And Jeroen's method is to make up a load of spiritual stories. So he's definitely not a knob. He has good intentions. He's a good man, but he is lost.
I'm quite enthused, I'll be honest, about being quite reasonably surprised that some of the stuff that I've said,
I think, yeah,
hasn't been rejected in the way that it used to be. Let's call it that. Even with that chat we had the other day that I lost you, the first one that you put out, the comments coming back on that when I was talking about the Garden of Eden stuff.
I didn't like that, did I?
No, you struggled. I know that.
Yeah.
But the more you get to understand, it's not offensive like you took it.
Yeah, of course. I didn't take it offensively, did I? I just got tired, didn't I?
Oh, you get tired all the time.
Yeah.
Most people do. But in the comments, though, people were reasonable with it.
I haven't read the comments. Is that the one I released today?
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't read the comments, but what I can see from the numbers is people are receiving you much more than I expected.
Yeah, and that's the part that I was infused by, because bearing in mind I've been doing this for quite a while now, and the difficulty in being received has been evident.
Yes.
For me, right?
Yes,
So
I'm
now
sure.
to see that a little bit more open.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's showing that there's a shift.
Yeah.
There's a change of atmosphere, right? And I talk about this in the videos anyway. So, and the same with this, it's like it's a little bit more fluid. Before it was a little bit more resistant, a little bit more NTS content. That would have been where it was. And where I was coming from, they would have, fuck you, I'm not interested in what you've got to say. We want to get in the fear. But it seems that more people are coming out of that.
So you're now relating this to where my content's at now, means that the type of viewers I have are going to be more receptive to you?
Not necessarily. It's because the viewers, yes and no.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that there's more available now that weren't before, a lot more in different areas before. And seeing a varied group that are not in total rejection of that type of this type of information, if you want, is beautiful to see. So
it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Yeah, it's great. I'm really relieved as well, because this guy is going to be a big part of my content moving forward. I think Gareth, I had a really good example of this on a much lower consciousness level than what you're speaking into, but with the World Cup. And he said, you know, in the last World Cup, if you'd have said to your average Joe, I think it's fixed, they'd have just looked at you like you're a madman. Now there's a meme going around that says FIFA stands for fixing it for Argentina. Like, I haven't watched any of the World Cup, but I've seen a little bit on X. Like, there's some crazy decisions going on, especially where Argentina is concerned.
Yeah.
And now your average Joe is getting to the point where, okay, they might not be realizing why it's fixed and how it's all about, you know, energy harvesting and you know, creating loot in certain areas. But they are accepting that, you know, FIFA is corrupt and maybe they want Argentina to win. That's kind of as far as they've got. But they're accepting that football is fixed, basically. And that's quite a mainstream view now. Like, that's shifted so much in 4 years. So obviously, on a higher vibrational level or deeper subjects, the same is happening with Lee.
I'm seeing it. It's wonderful. It's subtle, but it's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. So we have a name, so that's great. Thank you. Jason, my name here is the name of my dog. Oh, right, cool. But why the studios bit? So he didn't make Star Wars.
No, Shepperton.
That's a great dog name. Shepperton is a great dog name. That's fantastic. Jason, thank you for sharing your name with us. I'm pretty sure I'll remember that because you're special.
It's easier than Shepperton.
And it's easier than Shepperton. And it just gives a little bit of connection. So thank you for sharing that. And Jason sent a bank transfer money in Mexico for coffee. Oh, bless you, man. Oh, you're the guy that specifically said, here's some money for some coffee. And I think I did a video around that. So thank you very much. Thank you to all those that supported me in Mexico. The donations back then were unbelievable. I wonder if I think it was because it was new, but also I think it was partly because it was present and more relatable, and people saw, like, if I donate and say, buy this, I will see it in the next episode. So hopefully I'll get a few more donations when we get up to date.
Go faster, go faster. No, I'm not telling you to.
No, you're
reading it.
I think I'm at the bottom, mate.
You don't.
That's the bottom.
Done, dude.
See, it doesn't take long to get to the bottom. This is the other thing. Like, you think you're way behind, but actually, like, you're behind a lot in time, but in terms of the number of comments, not so much. Are we at the end of the stream? We've done 3 hours. People have been extremely generous. I'm happy to do another hour based on the generosity I've received, but I need some comments to riff into. So I will go up a little bit and get some worthwhile ones. Albus, imagine the Cambodians coming to the UK and watching a Pride event. What do you think they'd make of that? I think they'd be very accepting and very smiley.
They wouldn't know what it was.
They would just be like, what the fuck's this? Yeah.
They wouldn't know what it was. And there's a lot of, let's say, outside here, about 6 months, 5 months, 4 months ago, there was a parade of, let's say, fellas that dressed in wedding gowns, who weren't really fellas in the wedding gowns. They were very feminine. So ladyboys, whatever you wish to call them. And it was like a big thing here, but there was for a select group. So I think they embrace these types of things, but not in a judgmental kind of way in that respect. It's not what happens here. In anything goes, but not in a way that forces it upon you. They'd probably be more concerned about the ramming it down your neck idea, I wouldn't say depravity, the blatant, the bravenness of it, the blatancy of it, why is it necessary kind of thing than they would be about anything else. So they would probably give it a miss because it's too extravagant, maybe in that respect. Don't know. It's not a water festival. There's no God involved, or there's no point for it. It's just about something that they don't really consider important. At least that's from my perspective of being here. It's not something that I see here. They don't have those types of things here. It's not normal. So in as much as, what would they do? Not a lot. Would they attend? Probably to have a quick look and then just leave it and pay it no attention. That's what I would suggest. Pay it no attention, or certainly not pay it the attention that people wanted to be paid. Can't leave me speaking, dude. I'll go into some cosmic shit.
Yeah, it's very difficult for you, isn't it? Keep it on a receivable level, please, Lee.
No, I can talk about different levels of stuff. It's just yeah, but on my own, I just tend to go into my own thoughts.
Yeah, of course. Don't worry, this plebs back to reel him into a consciousness that is more suitable for this chat.
We can go into
as
depth.
I too am a pleb.
Go into depth, but we'll keep it in a place where people can understand it. As there,
He says.
I say.
Okay, you need to calm down, Jason. You stay crazy, Jason. I love it. Thank you so much. And you've even upped to the, why have you done that? I appreciate it. But you're just incredibly generous. You did thank me in Mexico on one of your videos, so thanks for that. No, thank you, man. It's the least I can do is to give thanks for people's generosity and support. Yeah, Shep was my dog who we lost last year. Definitely not going to make any jokes about it. Not that I want to. I'm taking a piss out of myself. I shouldn't have even mentioned that. Please don't say you're happy. Yeah. Shouldn't have even mentioned that. Of course I'm not happy that you lost your dog, and I wasn't happy that Shug lost his dog either. Now, I'm not going to ask Lee about that because I think that's a whole video in itself. So I'm going to do that with Lee today where I ask him the question that I said I was going to ask him,
And the reason I'm not saying it is because he'll just start speaking into it. So we are going to do that video, but we're not going to do it now, 3 hours into a live, but very few people are going to watch back for 3 hours. Thank you for all your support, Jason, and big love to Shep. What was Shep? Ooh, that will get me another super chat.
We're reeling them in.
Genuinely, though, I want to know what Shep was. And you don't need to do it in a super chat, but I'm sure you will because...
Right, you're 3 hours in, you've got about half an hour left, haven't you? So I love you.
All right, man.
Pleasure,
Thanks
guys.
for
See you
joining
again.
us, bro. Oops, missed.
Much love.
See you later. All right, let's get this chair back involved. Thanks, Lee. Thanks for everything you are and do. Right, so I need to switch that mic off. I can drag it now because he's not in his flat. Alrighty. So what do you all make of Lee, guys? Is absolutely just such a blessing to have in my life. And I think you'll see in some of the recent content we've recorded, the first 2 videos are more him just sharing his thoughts, which I think is great. The last 4 videos I've just created with him, which not even my patrons have seen yet. It was literally yesterday. Are much more him analyzing me. You know, so basically I go in, he doesn't know what I'm going to ask him. We don't plan the videos or anything like that. We don't need to. And because the plan would be of the ego and would be wanting to control and create a certain outcome, like that's not how either of us live. We just flow. He certainly flows and I'm learning to flow. So I just go in, switch the camera on and go and ask him a question. And he just, it's great. So yeah, the last 3 videos, at least maybe 4, have been like me asking him a question about how he sees my insanity or something insane that I've done. So I think they're great. C plebs, coffee sucks. I bet that the Lee dude drinks some weird herbal. No, you'd be surprised. I would have had the same assumption, maybe projection. Let's say assumption. Absolutely. So when they first offered me a cup of tea, I was expecting all sorts of cosmic shit, but no, he has only builder's tea. I asked him why he drinks tea constantly, like at least, I think it might be like 30 cups a day, at least 20 cups a day. And, oh yeah, we're using that camera, great. 20 cups a day. So I asked him today why he drinks so much tea, and he said, just water. Just, you know, it's very important to drink a lot of water here because honestly, I've got the air conditioning on now at the moment. But if you don't have the air conditioning on, you are constantly sweating. I think I'm going to up my aircon game. So basically, I've been tight with myself and telling myself I don't need air conditioning as long as I've got a fan. But really, it's scarcity. It's not wanting a 200, 300 pound. There's a guy here that's just had a 270 pound energy bill for an apartment. That's a lot in Cambodia. But he has both of his air conditioning units on 24/7. Now, the last 2 nights, I've started having my air conditioning on when I go to bed. The first night, I had to switch it off because it had LED lights shining out of it. Now I've put black tape over it. So last night was the first night that my air conditioning has been on for 5 hours straight. And I don't regret it one bit. It was so worth it. And then today, when I came in here, out of my air-conditioned bedroom, so the flat is in 2 halves, and it's got a big glass wall, so it is literally in 2 halves, like different, you know, you can have one at 20 degrees and one at 28 degrees. So I come in here and it's like a blooming sauna. So at first, you know, I'm like, well, no, of course I'm not putting the air conditioning on because it's 4 in the morning. Once this live stream's open, I'm going to want to open my door. So now I'm going to have the dilemma. This live stream will finish. I'll be in a nice, cool environment, but it's not got any fresh air, which means a lot, which I really appreciate. Usually what I do at this time of day is I have the door open, let lots of air in, and then have the fan on, and it's not too bad. But it is rainy season, and that's all I've experienced here, so that's cooler. The last 2 days, it's been a lot hotter than the first week that I experienced. So now, because it's cool, I'm not going to want to open the door. I'm going to miss out on my fresh air, so there's a lot going on. But basically, it was an act of self-worth. It was an act of acknowledging that you're about to work. Like, this is work, even though I enjoy it. So honor that. Give yourself the best environment. Know that the chats are going to come in and that you're going to receive. And again, everything's a reflection of your internal. And look what's happened. So in the first live stream where I properly honor myself, I get myself the best camera I can get, even though I've got loads of cameras, and I could easily, egoically, scarcity-wise, scarcity programming-wise, I could easily justify not buying that camera, but I buy that camera, and I put the air conditioning on for the good of the live stream, which obviously is for the good of me. So I honor myself more than I ever have done before, and look what happens. We get 20 super chats. I've never had 20 super chats before. This is incredible. Admittedly, 15 of them are from Jason, which is amazing. Obviously, super chat lol. He was a collie lab cross. Oh wow, yeah, great. So you've got the wonderful intellect of a collie. They're just fantastic. You know, they're almost a bit cat-like in that they're not cat-like at all, because they're the most loyal, fantastic dogs ever, and all dogs are loyal, but they're like the most loyal. But what I mean by that is they've got like a bit of an arrogance to them. Well, not arrogance, it's knowing how fantastic they are. They're not like, so a Labrador, for example, is very much just loyal, kind of almost out with a bit of stupidity, whereas a collie is highly intelligent. You know, they're loyal because they want to be, but they also won't just do bullshit. Like, you know, it has to make sense. And it has to serve them, which is like getting out their energy because they're so energetic. So I have huge respect for collies. And I love them. The reason I've never owned one is because they require so much, because they are so intellectual, and because they have high energy, because they're designed to work the lands, and then people just put them in a house. So I've always leaned more towards less intelligent dogs that have less energy, so bull breeds. And also, I just think they look really cool, and I like getting their cheeks and going blah, 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 blah. But actually, I think, so again, I think it's so true that dogs and humans, like the dogs reflect their owners. It's often said like dogs look like their owners, but really it reflects their owners. And so I really saw my journey with this, where when I was needy, I needed a bull breed because they're needy. Bull breeds literally lie on top of you, like they're so needy. So when I was really going through my first big awakenings, like my first shiftings as a person, I had Bodhi, who was a Victorian bulldog, gorgeous, but very stupid. And very needy, like had to be touching you all the time. And of course I loved that because I was broken and needy. So he was on me, he was with me, and that was great. And then I started healing, and I started getting a little bit like, can I have some space, please, Bodhi? Like, fuck off. I love you, that you're part of my life. I love having you on the sofa next to me, but do you need to be on me? He was a heavy dog as well, very heavy dog. And then I got a partner who was way more advanced than I am, i.e. not needy. And he did not like Bodhi at all. Yeah, he just didn't. He just saw him as a needy energy vampire. And so through my desire to be with him and impress him, I detached from Bodhi a bit more, as in it was a practical thing, like he didn't want him around. Right, so at this time I was living in a community center. And in this community center was a guy called Chris, who, very different journey to me. He's come very much from a people pleaser. I've never met a bigger people pleaser than Chris, like copes through his form of manipulation, which is people pleasing. If I please somebody, they'll do what I want. Whereas I came more from a narcissistic side of like, if I dominate someone, they'll do what I want. But it's, you know, it's the same trauma, just playing out in different ways. Not necessarily the same trauma, but it's just the same story, but a different path. So Chris had the energy, not the same energy. I mean, I did have people-pleasing energy. It's not true, but you know, predominantly people-pleaser and predominantly narcissist. But obviously, you have both sides in you. But basically, he was showing up completely as a people-pleaser, which is narcissistic. But that's fine. We're all narcissists until we meet ourselves and know ourselves. So basically, Chris had needy energy. So as I started separating from Bodhi's neediness, i.e. not reflecting that in myself, Chris came along. So obviously Bodhi just went, Zhong, and that's exactly where he needed to be. Like Chris needed love, and Bodhi has lots of love. So he moved from me to Chris, and he was still my dog, officially. But he started spending all his time with Chris, and I was dead happy to let that happen. Now, I was arrogant. I never considered that Bodhi would choose anyone over me because Bodhi adored me, and he was my dog, and I'd never had that happen before. Actually, that's not true. My first dog chose my mum over me. But, you know, I was very much like, I can click my fingers at any minute and Bodhi will be back by my side. He's my dog. He's loyal to me. But actually, what happened over the next 12 months is Bodhi fully chose Chris. Bodhi realized that I no longer needed him, and Chris absolutely did. So Bodhi went wherever love was needed. And suddenly he was Chris's dog, essentially. And then I lent Chris some money to buy a van. Without realizing he was just going to F off in it, because he was, obviously being a people pleaser, he was my biggest volunteer at a community centre, and my dog was attached to him. So I probably wouldn't have lent him this money if I knew what was going to happen. But in hindsight, I'm really glad I did. Now that I've let go of it all, none of this matters, and it's literally just a story. So he buys this van with my money, he converts this van with my money, and then he leaves the community centre, which he is a massive part of, as a dog's body, as a bee worker, and more than that as well, like emotionally, and he's actually part of the tribe, and he lives there and all that. And he takes my fucking dog. So on the day that it happens, this was a big ego-busting moment for me, or, you know, step into authenticity and what's true and what's aligned and doing the right thing. I'm, you know, unable to accept Bodhi's decision. So Bodhi makes it very clear. Bodhi knows what's happening. He's seen him working on his van. Now he's putting all his stuff in his van. Bodhi knows that Chris is about to leave. And Bodhi's like, I'm going with Chris. So he sits in his van all day, will not leave his van. So obviously, what I needed to do in that moment was go, oh, okay, Bodhi, this is very hard for me. This really crushes my ego, which obviously is a good thing, but in the moment feels like a bad thing. This brings up a lot of sadness in me. This brings up a lot of lack of worth in me. The fact that my dog is choosing someone else, what does that say about me? All stories of ego. But I can take all that, and I can hold all that and be with all that for your good, Bodhi. You have made this decision. I respect you as a sovereign being. This whole sentence of it's my dog, that's conditioning. I don't own you. You're a sovereign being. You've chosen to be with Chris. But of course, I didn't do that. So Chris, being the people pleaser he was, he couldn't say, can I take Bodhi? Or he couldn't say, Bodhi wants to call. He couldn't say any of that. I think the closest he got to was, Bodhi's in my van, and then a nervous laugh. So obviously I could just dismiss that. But then what I couldn't dismiss was my business partner, who was very wise, wiser than me and more experienced than me, and had met himself deeper than me and could clearly see what was playing out here. So he just came in with his masculine stare and was just like, he did it quite compassionately, actually. He said something like, I think he might have just said, like, so what's going on here, bro? What do you think the right thing to do is? What do you think Bodhi wants? And as soon as he asked me those questions, I can feel tears now, actually. As soon as he asked me that question, I was just like, yeah, you're right. Bodhi wants to go. So it was literally within a 30-second conversation with him, I went from like completely not looking at this blindingly obvious thing to totally accepting it. I just needed a strong reflection from a real man, which Chris wasn't. So yeah, Bodhi went off with Chris. They went and lived in Scotland for 6 months. And then ironically, but not ironically, actually completely obviously, when I lost the community centre or gave it away or accepted that it was no longer beneficial for me to be the custodian of it for either me or the building or all the people in the building, Chris then came back. So obviously it was a me issue. So like this is what an inauthentic person he is. Like, so then I leave 2 weeks later. Chris comes back because it's under new management, a love and light shit show. But obviously Chris can handle that because he's not going to get prodded. He's not, you know, there's no shadow workers there anymore. So Chris comes back because it's easy. But then when I leave, he messages me saying how sad he is and that I'm the best friend he's ever had. I'm like, well, you only came back because I left, so I don't think that's true. These people-pleasing pussies that can't say what they think, honestly. I wish everyone was more like you, Jason. Even if you're a people-pleaser, I don't care. You're pleasing me very much. I don't think you are, but I don't know. Why am I even speaking about that? He's coming with a 10. So Jason isn't even just eking out the 2s to get my attention, which I'm all for. I'm not criticizing in any way. I think that's exactly what I do. But then he's like suddenly coming in with a 10. Like, this is serious generosity. I can't always hit these live streams as they happen, as I have. I can't always hit these live streams as they happen, as I have a normal low vibration job. I design video games. I would say out of all the low vibrational jobs, that's a pretty good one. Like it's passion, it's aligned to your hobbies, your interests. I was going to say there's an element of creativity. Actually, it's 90% creative. So I think I understand why you're calling it low vibrational, because you have to be there, and you have to be there 5 hours a week, and it's probably a sterile environment with LED lights. But I don't see it as fully low vibrational. I see it as, yeah, so not empowered enough to create your own income through this clear talent, and talent's the wrong word, through this experience you have. So that's slightly low vibrational. But if you're going to choose employment, which we're defining as low vibrational in this context, I think it's of the highest vibration within that vibration. But I do want to support you, as I think you're bringing true value to the world. Thank you for seeing me and what I'm attempting to do. I really appreciate that. I think I am too. It's really nice to have that reflected, and not only in the comments, but like truly reflected. Like I really value this and honor this, and here's a monetary sign of that. It means a lot to me, Jason. Thank you very much. And yeah, you get to this point where you just want to put into what you see as good. And you'll do that in what is the most aligned way for you. So for Jason, that's financially. I feel like I do that. Like, so if we went back to Rick's comment earlier, where he's basically saying you should focus on Not Today Satan because it's got 40,000 subs. Well, I feel like out of service and out of, you know, working for the good, let's say, I choose to focus on Tom Greater X over all my other channels, even though my last video earned £1.43. Not my last video was quite successful. I haven't checked how much that earned. It probably got 15 quid. But the one before that earned £1.43. Yeah, no one's interested in my apple cider Veruca journey, which is quite sad because I think it's, you know, pretty life-changing to prove that you don't need to poison yourself to get well. What a world. What a world, as if I just had to say that sentence. Crazy shit. I'd like to see the context to this comment that Albus has made. I haven't seen what she's responding to, but I'm going to have a little stab at it because I think it's interesting. Albus, yeah, exactly. All this ego demon-ridden event, so I'm going to take that as, I think she's talking about pride. Would not be tolerated in Muslim countries. Right, this is a really interesting one, isn't it? Because obviously the religion of peace appears to not serve the people very well, either that follow it or that don't follow it, particularly don't follow it. Now, I think as a common consensus in this chat, we probably hold a judgment, truth, potentially, let's just use the word judgment, of this religion as not ideal. And that their ways are, let's just say, low vibrational or deluded or, you know, indoctrination. Now, of course, I'm not saying any of this is true. I'm just, speaking into the collective consciousness. But it's all an assumption. So I'm definitely not saying anything about this religion as fact or truth. However, so coming from that common consensus, which I think most of us hold, they do have some things that make a bit of sense. And they're mainly around women's rights. No, that's the wrong way of phrasing it. Around the opposite of feminism. Now, I am not for a minute saying that women should wear cloths. I am not for a minute saying that women should be owned. I am not, it feels like they've gone to the other extreme. So we've gone to this extreme, which is blue hair, feminism, making women men, taking them out of their divine femininity, taking them out of their natural, wonderful gifts that they bring to this world, which essentially can be defined as, creating a home, a womb, a warmth, a love that children, the best served children, and basically keeping an amazing home, which they seem to think is an insult because feminism has told them it's an insult, but it's not. It's really, really crucial and really important for your children's upbringing, and that includes like cooking great foods and having knowledge of herbs and knowing how to heal things, like really important stuff. But instead, they work in an office, cut their hair short, wear a suit, and stick a tampon up their flower and pretend they're a man. So that's where the West has gone, extreme polarity this way, and then the Muslims have gone to the extreme polarity this way. And I'm not advocating for either of those. I think they're both crap. I think there was a balance in between though. So I feel like the Muslims are actually closer to getting it right with women than we are. And that's not saying that they're close. I just think we're miles away in terms of like what's been done to women, and obviously that's having an effect on men too. But feminism does not serve women in any way. If you're using terms like sexist, then you've been conditioned, because sexist people are honoring the feminine and saying, no, this is what the feminine is and should be. And it's not what's showing up in society right now. On the whole, of course, there will be some of you that are showing up that way. And then there's something else, gays. Again, I think they've gone too far. I'm not sure gays need stoning to death. I certainly hope not. But also, I don't think gays and people who chop their dicks off should define society. I think they should be seen as mentally ill and get support, particularly the ones that chop their dicks off, and maybe gays too. Hard to say which one is closer to getting it right with that one, which probably means it's the same with women. That now that it's about me, I find it very hard to say the Muslims are closer to being right, because I don't want to be stoned to death. So that probably applies to the women too, actually, if I was female. I don't think you can say which one are closer, because I think they're both for polarities. They're both completely away from the balance. So the balance with women would look something like they submit to their man because they understand that their man knows best in terms of what to do next, but he doesn't know best in terms of what herbs will treat a verruca, or what's the best way to cook a nourishing meal for the family, or what's the best way to keep the home gorgeous and energetically high vibrational. The woman knows best. So I think the ideal balance would be, so the Muslims have got the man leads the way bit right, but everything else is just demonic and hateful and, awful, i.e. beating and hiding with a cloth women. But there is an element of women should be seen and not heard feels a bit strong, but there is an element of truth to that. Coming from where we are now, there's certainly an element of truth to that. So I think the Muslims have got that bit right. So then what's the balance with gays? I mean, I would like to think the balance with gays is, again, seen and not heard. Do your bumming. We're not going to put you in jail or end you for bumming, but don't fucking parade it on the streets. Don't fucking talk about it in schools. Don't make it an ideal. accept that it is a shadowy action and it's not conducive to the growth of humanity or your genotype, more importantly right now. And it probably does come from trauma, and it's something that we will approach therapeutically and certainly not idolize. But at the end of the day, you do you, would be where I would like to land with it all. What do you think about that, guys? Jason, conservative Islam denying women vote. Yeah, perfect example. So that is spot on. Women definitely shouldn't be voting. They wouldn't want to vote. If they were females, if they hadn't been completely conditioned, they wouldn't want to vote. And also, in that stepping up of women, so that truth that they would hold, that realization they would have, also the masculine would have to step up to meet that. So suddenly the men wouldn't be soy boy simps that have been conditioned to hate themselves through men being shown for 30 years as useless on TV, and now they're all just black. The attack on the white man has been profound, so it's understandable why they've all become soy boy simps. But obviously for the feminine to submit, the masculine has to step up and be trustworthy, which it currently isn't. So yes, in an ideal world where people were aligned, women wouldn't even want to vote. If they were to vote, as Muslims do, they'd turn to their man and go, who should I vote for? But we're so far from that world, it's so hard for people to even imagine that concept. But a woman, in an aligned world, a woman would have no interest in voting. And maybe in a disaligned world, you need to just control that by saying you can't vote, because look what happens when they do. Not that voting really exists, but we'll speak about it from that perspective. Yeah, when women vote, you get the politics we have now, and when women are in positions of politicians, you get a matriarchy. I know they tell us we live in a patriarchy, but we don't. We live in a liberal paradigm matriarchy, and you get emotions put ahead of common sense. Women should never be in positions of power. They should never want to be in positions of power. It's way too much for them. And just like bringing up children is way too much for a man, just like cooking and keeping, and this sounds, we've been so programmed to look down on these things, it sounds like I'm being derogatory, but I'm not. I'm honoring these things, and I'm putting them on exactly the same level as the leadership that a man should be bringing. But neither of these things are happening because everything's inverted and distorted. Yeah, I think I've spoken to that. So I'm aiming for 4 hours. So hopefully there's enough interesting comments to make that happen. So my first dog, Charlie, was a red staffy. So Stu has a red staffy. He's seconding something which is going to basically be staffies are the best. And I think I agree. It's very hard to say, and it's different strokes for different folks, as I just spoke into. So I think if you're more needy, and that's not negative, it's just the way it is, the way we're being attacked, of course, we're all very needy and broken, then I think you're going to resonate more towards bull breeds. I think if you're more healed and more of a leader that doesn't need another so much, you're going to resonate more towards collies. Ultimately, I think, and of course this could be just be projection from my own journey, I think a healed man has a collie. So I didn't fully finish the story. So Bodhi went to live with Chris. Now there was another dog. So the two dogs in the community were Bodhi, a bulldog, and not Valerie, what was she called? Ruby. Ruby, a very intelligent collie cross. And I used to walk, well, there were actually 3 dogs at the start, but let's not complicate things. I used to walk all the dogs, basically because I couldn't handle being in the community centre, so I used to go out for hours with the dogs. So I got to know Ruby really well, and she was just phenomenal. Like her intelligence, her knowing where you were all the time, her receptiveness, but also her lack of needing you, like just phenomenal. But at first I didn't really like her, as in I didn't like her, she was clearly an exceptional dog. And of course I saw that straight away. I didn't like her appearance. I didn't like the collie look. Like I do a bulldog, I didn't get that pull towards it. But as this healing occurred and this transition within me occurred, which was reflected in Bodhi's story, but also it was reflected in how I felt about Ruby. Suddenly I started feeling a pull towards Ruby and really seeing like, oh, right, yeah, I can understand why one would have a dog like this. So actually, I wonder if my next dog is obviously going to be a street dog. But I think it's going to be more Alsatian-y. I think so I think that's the step. Going from bull breed, neediness to Alsatian, because collies are super intense and super independent. Like they're not going to give you the, they will give you the adulation, but in a different way, in a very intellectual way. And you'll get it through training a man and dog relationship, rather than just like, oh, I love you, I'm going to lie on you. You know, and I think the transition for me will be an Alsatian before I go to a collie. And the street dogs out here, there's some that are bull breedy, there's some that are collie-like, and there's some that are Alsatian-like. So I think I'll get an Alsatian-like one. And Dow, you know, Dow was an Alsatian-like one, wasn't he? So Zoe has got a Staffy Labrador cross currently. My last dog was a full Staffy before I had a boxer dog. Yeah. So they're on that needy spectrum that I speak about, which isn't negative. It's exactly the sort of dogs I've had and how I've always lived. But I feel like I'm going to start, well, I have started detaching from those breeds and moving more towards, Alsatians, man. Alsatians really pull me now. Also, the Belgian herders, they've got a better name than that, begins with M. They're fantastic. I worked with a few of them and they're just incredible. But you've got to have lots of time and lots of energy for them, which not many people have. Jason, are you sending more money? Oh my God, it is. My goodness. Right, well, I guess we'll do more than 4 hours as long as Jason is here because I'm earning the best money I've ever earned. Jamie Carney, a female American leftist in Ireland, was ended by her Muslim lover who immediately fled to Turkey and has vanished into the desert. Standard married to a Muslim story. I do enjoy these videos on X where it's like, you know, just showing the inevitable. So woman gets with bioweapon and bioweapon kills woman. And so obviously there's a very sad, awful part to it, but it's just like, well, you got what you deserved really. And it was just inevitable. Like you're that conditioned, you can't see the inevitable. And it not necessarily enders, but always like their first pics are like, yeah, me and my man, yeah, here's a photo of a baby we're having. And then the next pic is her with black eyes and a baby and no man. They're the ones you usually see. I mean, any woman that's stupid enough to date a bioweapon. Have you seen that new, I can't really speak into this, but I'll try and do it and you can read between the lines. Have you seen that new scientific evidence that shows genetics? And the genetics of every single human is here. So, you know, ones that look like this, ones that look like what's out there, ones that look like everything except one type. Obviously, this is all made up. None of this is true. I'm just sharing it to tell you what the far-right conspiracy theorists are saying. And then there's all the genotypes on the right of the graph. Now, I don't quite know what the graph is. I haven't looked into it. But basically, it's saying, you know, this is human genes. And it varies a little bit. And that's why there's a few different colors and a few different ways and a few different eye shapes. But essentially, this is human genetics. And then on this made-up graph, which definitely isn't true, there's one group here from a completely different genetics. And some of these far-right racist Nazis, which I just think is disgusting because obviously we're all the same and diversity is our strength. I don't know why they do this, but they're suggesting that, oh, they're not human. You know, they're calling them animals, which it's just so bad. But it is interesting because this graph does seem to scientifically prove that there is one group of humans that are different to the rest. But obviously that's not negative and diversity is our strength. And these people built England. So yeah, they can't build their own country, but they built England for us. So that's really nice and makes perfect sense. So yeah, just remember that diversity is our strength, basically. Trust for science, because it's now a religion. Lauren, here she is. Appreciating the acknowledgements. I'm a silent observer. That's fine. You stay that way, Lauren. It would be my ego that would want to comment on words. That's interesting. yeah, okay, right. So I totally agree. in one sense, but I'm also going to disagree because we live in a paradoxical world. So how I consume content is exactly like you. I do not get involved in the comments. If I ever, because for me, that is of the ego, it's of distraction. It's, you know, it's wanting drama, it's wanting distraction, escapism, and that's fine. You know, I do that through this. You know, we all do it, and some people use a comment section, so that's fine. I'm not judging it. I'm just stating what it is. It's also support and all that. But, you know, essentially, it's like, you know, I'm in it, I'm lost, I'm in the external, oh great, I don't have to feel my pain. Just like everything is. So like you, Lauren, I never, ever, ever respond to other people's comments. What I do is, if I appreciate the creator, I will leave comments to the creator. I don't read other people's comments. I'm not interested in other people's comments. For me, that's just noise. But I am interested in honoring the creator or asking the creator questions. So on Jerome's last video, I left like 4 comments. One, mainly because I want to help him with his video. 2, because I want to show him that video was good, as opposed to all the other crap he's been producing. And 3, because I genuinely want to say what I said in those comments. The same with Lee's last video. With Lee's last video, I left like 6 comments, and I even responded to my own comments, and that was obviously to boost the video. Especially since I'm going to speak to him 10 minutes later. So it was more for him than anything else, or more for the video to get boosted, more for, and in that as well is knowing that I believe people need to see this video, and it will help people if they see this video, so it's good to support the video. So I'm with you on that, but also, and this could be projection and not true, but I feel like there's, yeah, so I totally agree that you are serving yourself by not getting involved in the chat, as in chit-chatting. But I do think it would be great for you to step into honoring the creator more, which you do with your heart. Like, that's you doing that, and that's more than enough. But the fact that you went through a period of doing that, then you went through, let's say, 3 to 6 months of not doing that, and now you're doing that again. So clearly there's some resistance in it for you. Whereas really honoring, I think, your favorite creator, but even if I'm, you know, even let's just say your top 10 creators, or the people you watch, you know, anyone that you watch consistently that you feel is giving you something, you should be giving back, which you're now doing with your heart emoji. But I would suggest that there's some repression there that's stopping you from doing that more. So some self-judgment there that's stopping you from doing that more. I think a fully aligned Lauren would be more expressive, and that doesn't mean getting involved in distraction, so let's call that people's comments, but I think a fully aligned Lauren will want to express her gratitude and show her beauty more through supporting of the creator, like I do. So if you were to look at Lee or Jerome's last video, you will see me honoring them, you will see me contributing to them, not the chat, to them. Let me know how that lands. What's this about a cucumber, and why do I go straight into sticking it up holes? I'm still waiting for you to buy a cucumber with one of my donations. You told me to buy a cucumber. I don't like cucumbers. Cucumbers are like one of the only vegetables that I don't like. Now, not to the point where I won't eat them, because they're a big deal out here. Like, they use them a lot. So they always come in your salad. If I am to leave any of my salad, it's always a cucumber. So I will eat them, but to me, they just taste of plants, and that's fine. Plants nice. Maybe it's a texture thing. I don't know why. I should like the texture because I like crisps and they're kind of crunchy. But yeah, that's the last thing I want to buy with your money, unless I'm going to stick it up my bum, but those days are gone. I'd need to do that, and there's no way I'm doing that. So can we switch it, Zoe? Can you tell me what else you would like to see me buy with your money, and I will do it and parade it on camera? But obviously it has to be aligned. What's Jason saying now? Bless you, Jason. Diversity is our strength. It has been bringing the angle. Yeah, here we go. So here's the inversion that they're playing with. This guy's wise. it has been bringing the Anglo-Saxons together. That strength we've not felt as a nation for a long time. UK is awakening. Well said, Nathan. Very true. And also, I would, and I know you would as well. You know, say that diversity within Europe is our strength. Like, we are the diversity. Look at all the different eye colours. Look at all the different hair colours. Look at all the different cultures within Europe before it all got watered down and turned to brown. You know, in that video with Michael, he speaks so great. So he lived in Denmark for a while. And he speaks so greatly into, like, if you took a Viking and showed him what that has become. So them doing this, they didn't even row this ale, but that's basically as close as they've got to their Viking heritage. And then there's like souvenirs in shops that look nothing like them. So they'd just be mortified. So I think what I'm trying to express there is the differences in culture within Europe is immense, and I just see us all as one now. Like, I see anyone that looks like this as part of our club, because we have to, because we're being sided of a genode. So we have to come together as a people, and there's no reason not to, because we're amazing. Like, every nation that looks like this is amazing. Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but I can't think of one that isn't. So yes, diversity is our strength, because Europe is very diverse and we all need to come together, and that would be of our strength. And then there's also what you said, which goes a bit beyond what I can speak into. I don't know enough about his story. Anglo-Saxons and all that, I can't really speak into that, but I have no doubt that you are right, because you're clearly very wise. And again, it's interesting how it's always the wise ones that have enjoyable lives that are able to donate. I wonder if it's correlated. I wonder if your external reflects your internal. I wonder if you have to feel all that resistance to donating. Let's just talk about like buttons, because that's not as triggering. If you still feel resistance to liking a video that you've watched, you really need to feel that. You really need to experience the feeling of resistance. So start liking. And feel like, well, one, how easy it is, and you'll be like, oh, wow, why did I have such resistance around that? It will be jealousy, which obviously comes from fear. You need to start feeling your jealousy and experiencing your jealousy if you don't want to be jealous. So start learning to give, and that could just be liking a video, that could just be smiling at someone that you wouldn't normally smile for. You know, start with baby steps, build yourself up to chucking a 5 into my live stream. It doesn't have to be that, of course, but it's an example. Oh God, what's this nonsense? Dude, just stop taking the substances and the piss which comes with it. Oh my God. Okay, thank you for telling me what to do with my life, Toby. You know, clearly, well, you would have to be living. The reason I moved on to that comment is just so I can delete this person and ban them. You would have to be living a very incredible life to be outdoing me from your perspective, because you live in competition and scarcity. You know, my life is clearly going to be a lot more beautiful than yours. Yet you want to advise me, and that's why your life looks like shit, because you're focusing on others and not yourself. And if you were living a more beautiful life than me, which of course is possible, you wouldn't be writing this comment, so I know you're not. You, my friend, my non-friend, definitely took this and definitely work for someone else, and are not the creator of your own destiny, and are not walking to the beats of your own drum. So you, my non-friend, have been banned because you have no place here. Your opinion is null and void. We see you for what you are, pathetic, and there's just no point having you here. So Shug, if you go back to the start of the stream, what have you done, Tom? Who left? So WeFatShrug, my favorite commenter, has cancelled his Patreon and stopped attending the live streams because I went too far with a joke. But it was very clearly a joke, and it was owned within seconds of making said joke. But his little ego got hurt, and he's had a tantrum. Rachel, do you think it was bad for me to give my cat a river burial instead of an earth burial? Couldn't dig the ground as the tree roots were hard due to the heat wave. Couldn't leave Willie's body rotted. Okay, so first of all, why does my opinion matter or the chat's opinion matter? Why can't you answer this question yourself? So and I can answer that for you. It's because you're living in the minds of others. You still, like all of us, when we're not whole yet, you still value other people's opinions over your own. And look where that's led to. You know, that's led to us putting our faith in the 90s, we used to put our faith in celebrities. That's pretty much over. I mean, it's still going on, but now we put our faith in politicians. We respect their opinions more than ours. I used to say, this is unbelievable. And of course, my ego doesn't want to admit this. I used to say, when somebody asked me, what do you think of this? I used to say, I know nothing. I trust the politicians because they know about it. And what that was saying really was, it was acknowledging that I've not looked into it, so I'm going to trust experts who have. Now, the conditioning was thinking they were experts and they had our greater good at mind. Obviously, that's the bit I'm embarrassed about. But actually, the theory is correct. Like, why would you have an opinion on something when you know nothing about it? And there's some experts over there that do, so let's listen to them. So that's what I do with Lee, for example, now. So the theory is correct, but obviously I was doing it with the wrong people. So why does, whoever this is aimed at, I'm going to assume it's me, but it could also be the chat, it's probably all of it. Why does our opinion matter more than what you think? That should be the question you're asking yourself. Because really, there's no answer to this. I mean, my answer is beautiful. You gave it back to Pachamama. What does it matter which way you did it? Now, there could be some practical devil is in the details. We could go into the details and make it literal, and that's where the devil plays. So somebody might be like, oh, what if it floated down and a kid saw it? Detail doesn't matter. Story, ego, boring. Not, when I say boring, I mean not of service to you or anyone else. So I think there's no difference between whether you buried it in the earth or sent it into a river in terms of energetics, in terms of what your intention was, which I understand or assume would be to give it back to Pachamama, back to Mother Nature. So I feel like you did that. I actually feel like all of this, and I do it too, like I give my flowers back to Pachamama, so there's no judgment in this whatsoever. But all of this is really of the ego. You know, the cat doesn't care. What really is happening here is you processing your grief. That's the important bit. And however best supports you in that is worthwhile. So for example, whilst I say it's all of the ego and doesn't matter, it would make a difference to me if my pet died. It would make a difference to my grief process and my recovery if I was to bury it / put it in a river, because I see those as the same thing, as opposed to putting it in a bin. If I was to put it in a bin, I would then go into a shame spiral, which would make the grieving process way longer, and of course would just not be an aligned action. So I would then have to go through a process over that. So why would I do that? Well, I'm not going to do that because I have enough knowledge to know that what will happen if I do that. And also there is a respect and an honoring thing. But again, that's more about your vibration than the dead cat. So to answer your question, I don't think it matters at all. I think you did it in a beautiful way. This is why I'm starting to love you, but also the reflection, the important bit, the bit that can take you forward is, why does my opinion or anyone else's matter to you? It shouldn't. I know why it does, and I think I've explained that. But I would love to see a more self-worthful Nate. I would love to see a version of Rachel that has more self-worth and no longer needs to ask people for their opinion on such mundane matters. Jason again with a tenner. This is outrageous. My wife, Nina, a very lucky woman to have a man like you, and I have a sister living in Greece, very conscious, very aware of what's going on. We will be visiting Croatia to find out their opinions on open borders. I think they are good opinions. I think they are opinions you will resonate with. After that, we will visit Hungary to find out the same. So presumably this is with a view to moving to one of these countries. That's, you know, I feel that's definitely going to be where you're at. I don't think you're any slave or any pleb. You've clearly displayed that tonight. So I imagine you're checking out these countries. It might be worth us being in touch, Jason. You're checking out these countries with a view to moving to them. Let me know with a super chat, obviously. I don't need to say that. You don't need to do another super chat, but I know you will. Of course, I would just bring up your comments if you did not super chat them. I'd be really interested to know how you get on, mate, and if you are doing what I think you're doing, which is, you know, basically what I'm doing, but in a different part of the world, I would be very interested in exchanging WhatsApps with you if you want to drop me an email, so we can share what we find with each other. And maybe you'd even be interested in coming on a live stream and sharing. Maybe not, you know, let me know if you are. It would be an honor to have you, to create some content with you and share your life experience, because that's what this channel is about, really. It's about finding people that have a level of experience or have met themselves to a point where they can be a way shower for others. And I really feel like you're one of those, Jason. Even if it's just on a practical level, even if it's just, you know, speaking about countries and stuff. And I say just, you know, it's highly valued. But I actually think it's probably more than that. I think you have deeply met yourself, and I think you would have a lot to offer. You see, I disagree with it. So this is obviously Rachel. Maybe you could have gone to a crematorium, and I'm surprised that that's coming from you, delightfully not, because I hold you in high regard. Why are you suggesting that over putting it in a river? I think it's because, you know, oh, what if a child sees it? Well, it's death. Death's part of life. Who cares? The child needs to know. I don't trust the whole crematorium thing because it's what the state tells us to do. So if there is any sort of like, what's the best way for a soul to leave? I don't think it's going to be that. Although I don't think it's actually relevant to the soul. But I don't know. But yeah, I would definitely stay away from anything that is state-sponsored or state-encouraged. So Jason, who is a computer game designer, works in a medium-sized studio, 300 people. I mean, that sounds like massive to me. Obviously, I have no context for the industry you're in, but just the idea of working with 300 people, like, to me, that's mind-blowing. None of my work environments were, okay, so the worst one I did was a call center, Virgin Gym. How many were in Virgin Gym? Yeah, there were probably 30 staff in Virgin Gym every day. The call center that I was in for like 2 days probably had 40 staff. And I can just feel my nervous system now, like, just over those memories. So 300 to me is just so discombobulating. But good on you for being in an environment like that and still being full of love and openness, man. It's amazing. So yeah, it's a difficult one. So TrueFinder is pointing out, YouTube takes 30% of all super chats. He does have a buy me a coffee in his link. Yeah. So it's true that I would get more money if Jason put this on buy me a coffee, but there's also the entertainment element, there's also the being seen element, there's also a contributing element. Jason has contributed greatly to the chat tonight, and I'm not talking financially here, like his comments have been great and have allowed me to riff, and we've got to know him. So I think it's been worth it. You know, so we're talking about 20% difference, because buy me a coffee still takes 10%. I think that 20% is worth it. I'm all for people donating through the super chats, because it also motivates me during the live. So I think it serves you more in terms of, I'm going to use the word attention, which sounds negative. I don't mean it negatively, but, you know, essentially it's attention. And it works for the live stream. It motivates me. So now I'm all for it. But I also do agree with what you're saying as well, that if somebody genuinely just wants to give and isn't interested in being part of the chat or contributing to the chat, then obviously buy me a coffee is a much better way of doing it. And many people do that. It just depends like what you want back from it. And both are very valid. So I'm all for it. I don't feel any like, oh my goodness, I could have earned more money if they did it on Buy Me a Coffee, because it's part of streaming. It's like people want to be involved. Like, I totally get that. And it's good. I enjoy it. Not quite sure. So this is at Jason, 36 so far. I think you're on a winner there. Not quite sure what it means on a winner there, as in like you're going to become Tom's favorite, maybe? I'm not quite sure. He's gone way past 36, so I must be behind. X to slots. I will try harder with your name if you ever donate. I've had German Shepherds more than half my life. No more, can't do a heartbreak again. Yeah, and it says a lot about you that you've had German Shepherds, because they are incredible dogs and they are a leader's dog. I disagree on the heartbreak. I mean, it's not to agree or disagree. It's personal feelings and experience. For me, they're so worth a heartbreak. For me, 10 to 15 years, or German Shepherd, 8 to 12 years of just joy and loyalty and love and just the best things in life are so worth that heartbreak. Because also the heartbreak is a great teacher, but it's also very painful. However, you know, again, it's not really something my ego wants to admit, but I have found, and I have seen in my clients, bearing in mind I worked with dogs for 10 years, that getting another dog helps so much. Of course, they never replace the dog and all the, you know, generic crap that people say. But actually, I have seen people, and I've seen it in myself, but there's one particular client I remember, this horrible woman she turned out, but she lived through her dog. She had 2 Rottweilers. Absolutely lived through them, didn't have any children. Like, they were absolutely her children. You know, like, to pedantic, like, she was a hard work client, like, with all the questions she had all the time, because she cared so much about these dogs. I mean, she did, but really it was just her fear playing out, and that's what it focused on. And one of them died, and she's just in bits. You know, she cannot function at all for 3 days, 4 days, maybe a week. And then she gets another dog, and she's smiling, and she's talking about that dog. She's no longer mentioning the dog that passed, and she's just totally obsessed with this new dog. So whilst I acknowledge the heartbreak is massive, but I don't see that as a negative. I see that as a blessing and an opportunity to go deeper within oneself. I also have seen how much of the ego it is, actually. You're not going to like this, but actually, ultimately, yeah, it's really interesting. It's kind of proven that most of the grief, not all of it, of course, but most of the grief is actually of the ego, because if the ego has something else to focus on, it soon moves on, in my experience. Michael, yay, golden, German, oh my God, I'm getting too tired. German Shepherds are the best. One asleep next to me now, raw fed, no jabs, the brightest dog I've ever known. Yeah, I agree, man. I think they're the best as well. I think they're the perfect mix, actually. They're more on the collie side of the spectrum than the bullbreed side. But, you know, if we're putting collies here and bulldogs here in terms of the spectrum of dog, or I suppose it would be pugs, really, wouldn't it? And I feel like Alsatians are here. Okay. So again, Jason, 300 people in the company, but he works from home. Now I gave you, did I not give you a reflection? Oh no, it was a question. All right. I think I've missed this one. I asked you a question about whether you're traveling for the purpose of assessing, for the purpose of potential living long term. I think I already know the answer, but it would be nice if you could confirm it. I also offered you my friendship, which you don't seem to be interested in. Okay, just keep sending me money, that's fine. Right, so his original comment, if Europe won't do it, the people of Europe will. So I take that to mean if the politicians won't do it, the people will. I agree, eventually. I worry about how much they are prepared for that and have anticipated that and what they have planned for when that happens and whether, but essentially I do believe that once the people that look like this snap, there's no going back. And history proves that. You know, we will tolerate a lot because we're really nice people, but once we stop tolerating, that's it, it's over. It's over for everyone else. Because we are, how do I word this? It seems in his story that certain people have been able to dominate other people when they wish to. And it seems that that has mainly been instigated by the barbaric actions of other people and has been extremely justified. Obviously, this is just in general. I'm not referring to any races here or anything like that. I'm just saying certain people are, you know, have certain traits that mean they're more dominating. Obviously, it's very negative. I'm not bigging these people up in any way. They're horrible bullies and narcissists. We should all just be tolerant and accept everything, even, you know, if that's your daughter's getting passed around certain gangs. But yeah, history would tell us that when people of high intellect really wake up to the dangers around them and they no longer tolerate it and they snap, that they always win. And I think that will happen again one day. Okay, so there's a big part of me that doesn't want to bring this to an end because Jason is, you know, paying my rent this month. But I think we've got to that point. I'm certainly tired, and I think I would like it to end. But obviously, the ego that believes in scarcity doesn't want it to end because I want Jason to pay a bit more of my rent. But that's not fair because Jason's done more than enough. Outrageous. You know, just an outrageous performance of generosity. So that would not be fair on me, Jason, or anyone. And also, it would just make his life get a bit crap because, oh, wow, Rachel is really waking up. Rachel, looks like I just need validation and support, Tom. Yeah, absolutely. Great that you're seeing it. And there's nothing wrong with those things. But see it for what it is and see it for a stage that you're at and a stage that you can and I believe will move on from, and I think want to move on from. So yeah, you're seeing it for exactly what it is. This is great self-observation. So now the next part is why do I need those things? What part of me isn't loved? What part of me isn't getting the attention? What emotion am I avoiding? What would happen if rather than reaching for the validations of others, I just sat and tried to connect with my breath for 10 minutes, what would I feel? What have I been running away from all this time? Get to know yourself through embodiment because that's the real you. But yeah, great, Rachel. You're a different person to 1-2 weeks ago. Well done. So this Gloop guy comes up. He's probably the demon, although I think the demon will be too shit-faced at this time. And I think he's just a proper troll. Just to let you know, I don't even read your comments. As soon as I see Gloop, I just ban. Why would I read that slot? No. I'm the streamer. I get all the coffees. Ultra Nationalist is asking, I assume, Jason, if he can buy her a coffee. No. There's only one person getting stuff bought for here. Create your own YouTube channel, you fucking louche grabber. You energy harvester. I'm not really saying this about you. Like, I appreciate it's just a comment in the chat. It's probably funny. I don't know the context. Don't take any of that personally. I don't know who you are. Don't do a shrug and sulk off. All right, we like this guy. We'll bring up his chat because he donates. Not tonight, but in general. And that's not me expecting anything tonight. I don't expect people to donate every stream or anything like that. That's the last thing I expect. It'd be nice if it was more people chucking in less regularly, but that doesn't seem to be how it works. I realized today, so this is, go on, he's donated, we'll try. App the ban immining. I realized today people are more comfortable with me looking at my shoes when walking past others than a smile in the UK. Oh my God, that's so true and so sad. Brilliant comment. That's where we've got to. Yeah, I mean, we're very addicted to phones because they are addictive, but actually a massive part of it as well when we're in public is avoiding other people. And I think this is why people loved this so much, because they could hide. Suddenly, like, this norm, this cultural norm that had been created of how are you? Well, when you're like this and we've been told to not even look at each other or face each other or whatever, cough ever again, then, well, you're a bad person if you communicate. So that was a big part, you know, that was like the final cutting of it. And then you had phone addiction and non-stop psyops and all that. And yeah, of course, people have, you know, basically the Great Division, which obviously the original division from oneness to duality, it's just that playing out. But how you'll see it in the 3D now is, you know, since Brexit and COVID, there's obviously what's happening before that, but you know, that was when it became like, oh, I can't talk to that family member anymore. They're a Leave voter. That was the first time we really saw it playing out in every aspect of society. And then obviously COVID just finished it off completely. I shouldn't say COVID, it wasn't COVID, it was the response to what they call COVID, which I don't believe was anything. But I'm sure it was. Always trust your doctor and always trust the science. And I appreciate I'm slightly mentally ill. But actually, it was the lockdown. It was their response to whatever happened, whether it was real or not. I obviously have no opinion on it. Yeah, so I shouldn't ever say that. I should say, you know, the lockdown caused. But yeah, that's where we're at now. That is where we're at. It's incredibly sad. It's a really great reflection you put into the chat. Really quite deep and insightful. Yeah, thanks. Right, this is going to be the last comment. I'm done. I can feel my eyes closing. Lauren, thanks, Tom. Great reflections. I agree. I do want to express myself. If I honored myself more, would it come more naturally to honor others? Oh, absolutely. There's also a fear of exposing myself on here. Yeah. Okay, so there you go. That's you've said it all. So obviously, the external reflects your internal. The more you honor yourself, the more you honor others. Absolutely, it's like 2 + 2 = 4. 100% correlated. And I'm surprised that because you have changed so much and started honoring yourself so much from where you were, I'm surprised you haven't seen that clearly and need to ask that question. But that's fine that you do. I'm just reflecting to you what I see, and I see somebody who has honored themselves enough to be able to walk with that as a knowing, as a deep embodied knowing. And hopefully this reflection will help you finally get, you know, because it's just the last bit, you know, there's just going to be a little bit of repressional effort stopping you knowing that. So I'm hoping tonight will help you blast through that. Right, and then there's also the fear of exposing myself in here. Yeah, so fear, it's fear. Like, what have you got to be fearful about? What, people's projections onto you? Like, well, welcome to the world. If you shine in authenticity, you will be projected onto. Now, I'm not saying that tomorrow you need to become a YouTuber, but what I am saying is, like, so here's the spectrum, here's deep repression, here's never saying what you think, here's worrying more about what your mum thinks about you than the truth, here's worrying about losing that friend of 10 years who took 8 vaccines more than the truth, and honoring yourself. So when you meet the friends who took 8 jabs, and you tread on eggshells around them out of fear of upsetting them because for some reason you still place some importance on this validation. You might call it friendship, but really it's validation. Well, then you're not honoring yourself and you're not being authentic and you're making yourself small for small reasons, validation, fear, shame, very low vibrational. So the opposite of that is shining authentically, speaking your truth, and knowing that this person is going to get triggered and not caring. And knowing that they're going to leave and in their place is going to come somebody who's closer on the spectrum to you, to authenticity and love and beauty. So what's the fear? The fear is people projecting onto you, or you might use the word attacking you. Well, guess what, Lauren? If you're going to be for good in this world, you just have to accept that that's part of life. And I don't think your journey is to become a YouTuber or do it as extremely as I am. You will find your way of doing it, which will be just as important. And right now, you know, right now, this fear you speak into of exposing myself, what you're really saying is, I'm scared of shining. I'm scared of all the demons, the plebs, and the unconscious dragging me back into the crab bucket. You're the crab that's leaving the crab bucket, and all the other crabs drag you back down. And you're letting them right now. You're letting them. Well, when are you going to be ready to shine? Because you already are doing compared to many, but you could shine way more. And that's shown by, you know, the fact that you still have fear around exposing yourself. So let's change exposing ourselves to shining, being the change that we want to see and displaying that change. So if you reword it like that, there's also a lot of fear around shining, around shining my true beauty and my true nature, my true value, my true worth. Well, okay. Do you want to live like that? Do you want to live in fear instead of shining your true beauty, your true nature, and your true worth? You see the difference? There's also a fear of exposing myself. That all sounds very negative. Why would anyone want to expose themselves? So that's your ego wording it like that so that you feel scared. But if you change it to, there's also a fear of me shining in my authentic beauty and divine feminine nature, then suddenly it's very clearly ridiculous. I'll ask you how that lands, Lauren, but I already know. Thank you, Zoe. Zoe wants me to read her cute. Why couldn't you just put it in the fucking super chat? But of course I'll do it for the two. And that of my love for Zoe. But I might not be able to find it, Zoe. So Zoe wants me to scroll up. She sent £2 so that I will scroll up the chat and read her explanation on the cucumber. But I don't know if it's going to work, Zoe. Like, it's a lot of scrolling. Right, so I found the original cucumber one. So obviously now I'll go down from there. Yeah, I really wish you would have just written it in the super chat. I don't think it's here. So my eyes are very tired, but I have scrolled up and I've scrolled down. I definitely can't do it again. I'm still scrolling down, so there's a chance we're going to find it. Oh, here we go. Okay, Zoe's explanation of why she wants me to buy a cucumber. It's not to eat. Oh, okay. Thank you, Zoe. It's not to eat. To use to cool yourself down in the heat and for deodorant. Okay, so I've used limes in the past for deodorant. I've got to a point where I just don't care if I smell of a human. Like, I don't see it as a bad thing. If somebody else sees me smelling like a human as a bad thing, then that's their issue. I don't feel like I go around with BO. Now, interestingly, if you remember the this is the best airport in the world video, so when I went to Techno International in Cambodia, when I was still living in Dalat, I should have mentioned this in the video, actually. that lift scene that's actually the thumbnail. So you see 2 clips. You see me in there before the lift moves going, hello, and they're all like, hello. And then you see, unfortunately, I stopped recording because they all start screaming when the lift moves, like very NPC, but very endearing and cute and funny. And then so I missed that. And then you see me saying goodbye. But what I also missed, before I put the camera on and go hello, I caught out the corner of my eye, but I didn't bother speaking into it, but I should have done it, it's funny. When I walked in, they went like this, as if I was a Puji. So I suppose I don't really want people to feel that. But I think they have very high standards out here for, it's an interesting one because you know, in many ways, they don't have high standards around hygiene, but I think BO of Westerners or tourists or anyone that's not them, you know, they really are very sensitive to. As you see with any Japanese that walks past a Puji, like they react, they really react. Like, so I suppose when I see that, I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll use a natural product to counteract that. But that was in a very intense environment. I mean, I was in an airport, so I actually would have smelled. It wouldn't have just been like human, it would have been like off human. Whereas I feel like in my everyday life, I shower 2 or 3 times a day, I just smell of human. And okay, if people are so repressed and conditioned that they're used to smelling chemicals, deodorant, aftershave, whatever you want to call it, perfume, but you know, chemicals, that's not my problem. You know, you can smell my humanness and be triggered by it, but you're using chemicals, so your opinion means nothing to me. I'm not talking about you, Zoe, obviously, I'm talking about the peoples out there. So I don't really feel a need to use it for deodorant, but you know, I'll certainly try it, just to honor you and your donation and out of interest. So I'm going to use a cucumber. So Zoe has recommended and donated to encourage me to use a cucumber to cool yourself down and deodorant. Cut a slice off the top. Use the big bit as a handle and rub the cut end over your face. So are you suggesting that I start by cutting it in half and then I've got 2 handle bits and then as you know, as I need to use it, yeah, that makes sense actually. Just keep cutting it. But then the half that I'm not using would start going off. I mean, maybe I could wrap it in a bag and keep it in the, obviously I'll keep it all in the fridge. Okay, that sounds great. I'm really down for the cooling bit. If this does ring a bell now, I think we've already had this conversation, haven't we? Where I've gone, I don't like cucumbers, and you've gone, it's not about eating cucumbers. And then I've forgotten it, and you've had to do it all again. Thank you, Zoe. I will go and buy a cucumber today. Amazing advice, amazing input that you always have into the chat. Okay, thanks, guys. Thanks so much. Thanks to Rick for chucking in a few 2s and then getting triggered, but that's fine. Massive thanks to Mickey Mouse for all his continuous support. Jason, well, you know, there's a lot to say about you, so I'll not speak into this one. Heart of Hearts, incredible, amazing, as always, just so generous, so supportive, really appreciate it. Harley Music, please do go and check out his music. A consistent supporter of mine, Patreon member, fantastic. Rich came in with a 2 again. Jason just started the generosity train here and went on and on and on and on and on and on. And then Heart of Hearts, I'd forgotten, sent another 20. That's insane. That's just crazy generosity, man. This woman is so giving, so open, so trusting. And what has this woman done in her life to, you know, I'm not talking about being rich. I'm talking about being in so much trust that that's reflected through abundance. This woman's amazing. I think we still don't know your name, and I assume that's the way you want it, so I won't push you on it. So that's why she gets referred to as this woman. But really, Heart of Hearts is amazing. And then Jason just totally stepped it up and started chucking 10ers and 5ers and all sorts at me. So yeah, huge appreciation to Jason, who obviously has been the star of this chat and has really helped the chat go. And then Zoe came in with it too, to make sure that I learnt something about cucumbers. And I feel like she came in with a 2 out of like a love. You know, I really feel a lot of love from Zoe. towards me, but I you know, in general. And I really appreciate it. I love you, Zoe. I love you all. Not all of you. I love anyone who donates. I love anyone who is here for the right reasons. And I particularly love you if you're here with a element or with a view to self-observation. And you're watching my self-observations to help you with your self-observations. And I really love you. Or if you're here watching me, remembering this stage of the journey for you. So I think this is probably Heart of Hearts. I don't feel like Heart of Hearts is particularly learning anything from me. I think she's taking satisfaction in watching somebody do what she did and having an ability or a courage to express it and share it with everyone. Thank you. Big love. See you very soon.